Is it on? Good morning, everybody. If you could please take your seats, we're just about to start. Good morning, everybody, or guten Morgen, alles. So I'm just going to open the day, but I'm not the main speaker. So we have a very packed agenda, so we'll try and get through it as quick as possible, but giving as much detail as well. So with that, I'd just like to open the session and ask Tilman to come up and open the meeting officially. Thank you, Tilman.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Tilman Schachtig. I come from the German Agricultural Ministry. And today I have the great honor to, first of all, welcome all of you here in Berlin. For some of you, it has been a long trip. For me, it was only 200 meters. My office is over here. Welcome everybody to this event from WoodWisdom-Net to ForestValue 20 years pioneering progress in European forestry and wood tech. So in 2004, for the first time, European funding organizations put together their minds and their money to start funding internationally funded forest projects, which was by that time, I think, a very great start. We, as Germany, joined in 2009, and since then are constantly funding research. Okay. Still we did, since 2009. We funded more than 44 projects. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, that was nice. Well, over the past 3 funding calls, as I said, Germany entered this research funding group, and via the FNR, who is the organization in charge of administrating the German Agricultural Ministry funds, we have been very active in these research corporations, not only by directly funding research, but also like by organizing and hosting events like this one, but also in the development of the calls themselves. Why is that so? Because we, here in Germany, we think these European funding activities are really important and have a very great return. Because we put the money, of course, and we fund researchers, mainly in Germany, but these researchers then interact and work together with researchers all over Europe, and also further than that, I think there are people from the US here as well. So we believe in the payback, not only by numbers, but also by personal contacts that establish, by cooperation, by the exchange of ideas, get to understand a little bit the situation in other countries, the motivations to fund, to research, and to act, to formulate public policies in other countries. So we are big fans of these international European and international cooperation activities, and are really happy to have you all here. I'm looking forward to learning more about the single projects, and will not steal much more of your time, but then hand over to the next speaker to go deeper into the content of the actual projects. Thank you very much.
I'm the shy boy from Finland. So good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, because many of you have become real friends to me. So this year, 2024, marks the 40th anniversary of the EU's funding program dedicated to science, research and innovation. And it all started back in 1984 with the launch of the very first framework program for research and technological development, and the worth was something like 3.8 billion euros. And all these decades, so the European Union, as you can see on the slide, has set aside more than 280 billion euros for these activities through these framework programs, and has signed something like over 120,000 grants with some 75,000 beneficiaries. But now this year is not just marking that anniversary, but the one we are celebrating here today. So the 20th anniversary of strategic evolution in transnational RTI funding in the European forest-based research. And this, like Tilman already said, so started back in 2004 with the launch of the WoodWisdom-Net, networking and integration of national programs in the area of material science and engineering. And then I simply copied what was said about the framework programs, etc., and over these 2 cases. So what we have done, so the related transnational collaborations with 9 joint calls for research has set aside around 140 million euros. So of course the figures are something totally different, but you all understand, like Tilman was emphasizing already in his piece, what is behind the figures. So it's not just the figures as such which do account here. But anyway, so this has been really a successful set of initiatives we have been doing, and we have signed something like 100 grants if we calculate it from our perspective, from the research program point of view. But the grants have been much more because we are signing national grants together with the beneficiaries there. But we have had something like over 850 beneficiaries participating altogether in those funded projects we have had. But then we need to think larger as well, because there are then obviously the beneficiaries who are not belonging as such as beneficiaries to the projects, but being otherwise stakeholders to the initiatives. And I will actually in my presentation, like our current president, Professor Alexander Stubb, is saying many times, so that I will focus on 3 main points here. So The first point is the story. I'll very briefly go through it and highlight perhaps some topics there. Then I will discuss briefly about the impacts we have made, but I will make it in a bit different way so that I will take few examples and then we can go deeper into those examples. Although then later today, so we will hear then excellent presentations from other colleagues, so telling that what they have achieved through their projects and after the projects have been implemented. And then thirdly, so I will collect some so-called ingredients for success. So just to show you something we have been thinking together with the colleagues, so that what have been the steps to our success. But this is the story in brief, and of course you need to have a tree here in the background. This is something we have been using many times in the past as well. Some of you can surely remember the picture. There have been now some new elements added there as well, as you can discover there. But anyway, so the tree somehow describes well so that how we have been growing, but compared, like there's a small text about this 20-year-old oak, so how tall it will be and how long it will still last and stand there in the middle of the forest with all other trees and ecosystems surrounding. So we are still in the beginning of the story. But the roots anyway lie in this national program we ran in Finland, and I will not go into details with any figures too much here, but simply then pinpoint some issues here. But then once we got this national program done in Finland, so it is obvious that with our beloved neighbor Sweden, so we got in touch and in discussions and then created the first Finnish-Swedish bilateral program on wood material science and engineering, and that was in 2003. And as you can see, so when the Commission now launched in 2002, actually the 6th EU research framework program, so it was already running, and they had then introduced this new wonderful instrument for our collaborations called ERANET instrument, and I quote now something from their documentations here. So this ERANET instrument was to allow coordination and cooperation of national and regional research programs, and formerly known, as you all know, so public-to-public partnerships, P2Ps, this is the abbreviation normally used. And the participants in these actions were either program owners, which are typically, like nowadays, ministries, regional authorities defining research programs, or program managers like research councils or other research funding agencies managing research programs. And this new instrument now was also the starting point for the European-wide ERANET collaboration in our sector. And the official starting date was 1st of 1st, 2004. And I'm one of the lucky persons who actually managed to join this from the very beginning. And then thank you so much.
You haven't changed.
I haven't changed at all. Okay, oh, beautiful. But then things started developing. So as you can see on the slide, so we first had these 5 countries because we didn't really know that what to expect and how it would run, and because you need to start collecting then the national contribution and everything. But we started with 5 countries and 12 partners. And then obviously we started getting more inquiries from other countries. Okay, come on, what are you doing together? So could we possibly join? And as you can see there, so then it was later grown up to 8 countries with 6, is it now 18 partners? And just here I would actually focus on one point, and it's a forest-based sector technology platform on the right-hand side of the slide. So besides these public-to-public partnerships, these P2Ps, so in the context of the development of European research area policy, in 2003, EU public-private partnerships, PPPs, in research were set up. And actually the Commission, I'm now quoting again, so set 2 main objectives. The first one was to address the fragmentation of research efforts between private and public sector and across borders, and secondly, to increase public and private investment in research activities to reach a target of 3% of EU gross domestic product. And this time now the first PPPs, these European technology platforms and the joint technology initiatives were developed to achieve these objectives. And as the process was to establish ETPs was bottom-up, flexible, industry-led, so altogether 25 European technology platforms were established, and they come from on various topics, from nanomedicine to road transport, as you might all know. And one of the topics was on forestry. And that is when the forest-based sector technology platform was established in 2005. And Johan is today to discuss then more about the industry relations, so that what we have had and been doing together then, and what will happen then in the future. So that was of course a very nice kind of coincidence. Also, although there are no coincidences in our story, because this has more or less been planned. So we had these discussions with the networks, and that's how the networking works at best. So that you know that, okay, this is something we could do now together to support what we have already initiated here and there. But still a remarkable milestone in our story. Okay, then we continue to Framework Program 7 with WoodWisdom-Net 2, and with 12 countries, 19 partners, 5 joint call funding organizations, 7 associated organizations, and we had these new forces joining from east and southern part of Europe. And at this time, so we had then already established a good and kind of sustainable network, so that we continued then to the next phase, which was this WoodWisdom-Net Plus in 2012 with 12 countries and 20 partners. And at the same time, so we had 2 more ERANES running in the area, and those were the ERANES Some Forest started in 2014, and a bit earlier ERANES Forestterra, which was focused on this Mediterranean area and collecting these 12 Mediterranean area countries. And we have David here today. So David, where are you? So there. So he will be in our panel joining. So we can discuss this more then there, hopefully. And then we have grown to this ForestValue network after that with 18 countries and 30 partners. And nowadays having this smaller initiative, ForestValue 2, which is actually hosting the event for today. But at the end of the Framework Program 7, well, not really at the end, in the beginning of the Framework Program 7, so I could actually take up the founding of the Strategic Working Group on Forest and Forest Research Innovation under SCAR, the Standing Committee on Agricultural Research. And because I don't know if the audience is familiar with this, that what is SCAR doing, how are they linked then to these activities. So some facts of SCAR then. SCAR, the Standing Committee on Agricultural Research, is established in 1974, and it advises the European Commission, EU member states and associated countries on research and innovation priorities to address Europe's challenges in agriculture, fisheries, food systems, forestry, and the wider bioeconomy. But it also creates R&I strategies, so these discussions take place also there. And working closely with the European Commission, and now for us, and especially through this founding of the SCAR Forestry Group, as we call it, to support our initiatives and further planning for the future. And then this was the story in very short. As you can see, so I'm not touching the figures that much, and I must disappoint perhaps some of you, because you might have expected, okay, now we'll get an analysis of everything, so what has been done in numbers. But that is not going to happen in my presentation. But if you want to learn more about these activities, so we have published the monograph publication of all the activities, which lists then these individual projects and shows you all this scientific information there in the background. So you are most welcome to look at it on our website. And I guess that we could, Katja, where are you? So one task for you over there. So we could actually have it published now somewhere on our social media. So a link to the monograph publication, so that people then after the seminar, if they're interested, they can have a look, because it collects the details from the projects. But then to the impacts. I need to watch my watch as well. Sorry. There's no clock here now. Okay. Katja, will you remind me or somebody, so that if I start turning it, you are sharing, so just when I have the last 5 minutes, so that I will not exceed it far too much. But anyway, so about the impact, so I would start with this one, although this is obvious to all of you because you are experts in the field, so that there are these numerous long-term impacts, but it might take up to 50 years until you can see it. And therefore, we are having this 20-year history only. And so you can see some small signs of these real impacts the project have made. But then we must also understand that this happens at various levels again, and we are talking about networking activities. So in our case, so there are several of these impacts taking place. And some years back, so I did a very small and simplified email survey to these individual participating organizations in projects of these 3 joint goals I'm showing here on the slide. And I will take now some examples from the answer. These are direct quotes from the answers we got here. And the first about the impacts, well, you could look from different perspectives, but I'm looking first the impacts on organizational or regional level. And there was one of these questions was that did the organization participation in a transnational project funded under the WoodWisdom scheme lead to any significant follow-up processes either at national or international level? One company example, first Arbonaut Limited from Finland, and today a leading provider of precise forest data and software services worldwide. This was the short answer. Yes, new products and services and further development of Arbonaut's forest inventory service, ArboLidar, remote sensing technology for effective, efficient timber and management. And today they are the leading provider. So there was something there, and this was initiated, or if I remember, during the very first call, so that in the beginning of 2010. And then another example from a research organization, Fraunhofer Institute for Chemical Technology, ICT, today having 100 labs, multiple pilot plants, and 3 test centers. And this was their answer. As a result of the increasing activities in the frame of R&D activities in bioeconomy and biorefinery, we could establish a new project group together with Fraunhofer Institute for Interfacial Engineering and Biotechnology, IGB. And this Fraunhofer Center for Chemical Biotechnological Process, CBP, is a spin of Fraunhofer ICT and Fraunhofer IGB. And around this new R&D center, where we are a member, there was established a cluster Bioeconomy Mitteldeutschland. And in the federal state Baden-Württemberg, there was initiated a public funded activity bioeconomy research. So this already shows you so that the linkages are numerous, so that anything can happen being involved in these activities. Of course, this is just one part of the truth really there in the backgrounds, because obviously there are many players around there. But still, so our initiative has been participating in the process, has put something in there so that to support these developments. And then a few more. Then some impacts on national or European level. This project, Fire and Timber, this is something we have presented already earlier in our events, which was running from 2007 until 2010 and coordinated from Sweden. So the main result they created was this documentation, fire safety in timber buildings, technical guideline for Europe. And this was the very first European-wide guideline on the fire-safe use of wood in buildings. And this led then down to this, impact on standardization. So the new models developed, used as input for the next revision of the European standard, this now comes directly again from them, for structural fire design of structures, input to the Eurocode's review process. And then not least, so I can take up in this connection is the impact on professional development. And as shown here in 2016, so the Count of Bernhard Forestry Prize Sweden was awarded to researcher Birgit Östman, the Fire and Timber Coordinator. And the prize has been awarded for more than 50 years in recognition of outstanding services to Swedish forestry. And Birgit was the first woman to get the prize. But there are lots of this kind of professional developments also in the background, which we have been supporting through our initiatives. This is just simply one example. Then like Ilmari, you have been saying sometimes, so for instance, now the former rector of the University of Oulu was actually one of our how would you call it? Well, he came from our family, let's put it this way. So somehow we supported his career development as well. So there are multiple of these stories, obviously. And then impacts on widening participation and spreading excellence. I thought that I would take this up as well, because normally you focus on technological developments and impacts on the standardization whatsoever. But we need to talk still about this widening participation and spreading excellent actions, which are now as defined under Horizon Europe to contribute to building research and innovation capacity for countries lagging behind, meaning the EU 13 countries. And in our networks, we have had several of these countries involved. And just one example of successful participation is Latvia's participation. There's one simple example of this, and Maipa will later, I guess, tell more about this. But this shows that once the national applicants are involved in these successful consortia, so this might be the outcome, so that with even a smaller investment, if you are simply there being involved in the activities, so you can have access to a wide portfolio of different type of activities, not just in figures. And then more is to follow this afternoon, when we are going to hear about our success stories through Test Energy Facade. Frank is here somewhere, then eMaestro, and then Wood 3 would believe what we would believe, so is coming then. And then finally some keys to success. So Tilman was already highlighting all this, so I won't start repeating everything, but simply stating that the results made it evident that it's collaboration, it's about working together. I'm so glad that we had that communications seminar yesterday, or workshop for our researchers who are participating in funded activities at the moment. It's about multi-actor networking, but then we need to remember, and this is becoming more and more important, as we have been discussing also then earlier, so having a true holistic approach to creatively innovating across disciplines. So this is definitely a must then in our coming activities. And this is our simple advice to everyone. So dream big, know how to fund and get the shit done. And this is what we have been following, and this is so true. This is so true. This is how I am personally, so I'm not taking this too seriously, although we are definitely doing serious business here. But still we need to remember that it's just about working hard. But definitely, so you need to dream big and know to have fun, and finally you get it done then. And I would then like to thank you, ForestValue 2 partners and the European Commission for their support for these activities, and that was all from my side. So thank you so much everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mika. That was an excellent presentation, and it really brought up, I suppose, the amount of work and the amount of interaction between many member states and how important it is. So without further ado, we'll move to our next presentation, which is a video from Sylvia Abad from the EU Commission, and she's going to speak a little bit about our project and the EU involvement.
Yeah, before we get the video started, so
yes.
Sylvia is obviously best greetings, but she's our project officer, so at the moment, so running from the European Commission the activities so forth.
Thank you, Mika. Yeah, so Sylvia is our Commission officer who works with us. So do I press play here or? Perfect.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Silvia Abad, and I'm the project officer of ForestValue in the Research Executive Agency. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to this 2 days conference. Unfortunately, I could not join you physically, but I can send you my warmest greetings via this video message. So ForestValue is a groundbreaking initiative which has a vast potential and can have a very important impact on the forest-based biosector economy. So you should be very proud, as I am, also maybe biased by the fact that I'm myself an agronomist as a background. So the project was funded through the ERA program, a program that this year will have the 25th anniversary because it was launched in 2000. And since then, it has enabling policy reforms, cross-border cooperation, mobility, and funded many initiatives on the research and innovation areas. The topic from which ForestValue was funded, it's also very timely and policy relevant. It aims to foster collaboration between member states and associate countries by pooling national resources in an area of interest for their participants, for their member states and associate countries. And I say that it's very relevant because, as you know, the new Commission mandate is really calling for that. Also, in the report from Draghi, we see that he calls for an action plan in order to allow decarbonization and achieve the sustainable competitiveness. So all in all, after 2 years of ForestValue, I think the objectives and the aims of the project are very timely and relevant, and you should be very proud of the role that you are making in shaping the future and making a very positive impact. So that's it from my side. I would like to wish you a very fruitful conference, and I look forward for many exciting discussion and exchange of ideas. Thank you very much, and maybe see you in Brussels next time. Thank you.
Everyone? Okay. We turn it down. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Sylvia, all the way from Brussels. And we'll move to our next segment now, which is a very important segment where we talk about industry perspectives. So obviously there's the research aspect, but research on its own can't solve all the problems. We do need our research, our industry participation, and it's a key enabler of successful projects. So without any further ado, Johan, if you could please take the stage. Thank you very much. Thanks, Johan.
Thank you very much. And I got this title, Industry Insights, Unlocking Perspectives for Success, suggested. And I had a lot of thoughts also because it's 20 years of this process with WoodWisdom-Net and all the AeroNets. So, of course, there was some hope to see some old faces and good friends from before. So I probably have a lot of thoughts to share. Also, we are FTP. We are industry-led, as Mika said, but we also have the whole network of everyone that wants to join. So putting on the industry hat, if I cannot connect all the dots in what I want to say, I have the benefit of speaking quite early, so you will have a lot of other people saying things after me. So hopefully that things will be forgotten. Just a short, sort of very easy picture of FTP, the forest-based technology platform. So we are sort of a hybrid animal, first of all. Now I'm talking to some people that know this extremely well and tired of it, and some which is new, and in which case this picture is very complex. But what I want to say is that we have, on one hand, the national support groups, the national technology platforms with stakeholders. They don't have to be members of FTP, but this is how we get this democratic outreach, if I say it like that. You can be a researcher, you can be in a funding organization, you could be a company, it doesn't matter. What we want to do is we want to have outreach both with what we want to say, but also get back what you want to say, so to speak. Then, of course, we have the members. So somewhere in between the members represented in the General Assembly and what we call the advisory committee with the national support groups, we have me in Brussels. And I had the benefit of being in Brussels for 20 years also now. So I'm looking at Andreas and some other people that were there when I came. And so this was the funding landscape when it came to forest research in 2004. And gosh, do I long back to those good old days sometimes, because it was very simple. Basically, it was DGRTD. Yeah. And in the Director General for Research Innovation, there were basically 2 DGs, I think, KBB as it was called, and NMP. I was in NMP, I'm looking at Martin was in KBB. And then there was a little bit of a contribution from the Directorate for Environment, etc. And then we had this new, very cool animal, which was the WoodWisdom-Net and the AeroNets, that helped to connect the national and the regional funding with the EU funding. So this was a very good tool. Being in Brussels, we worked both with the European level, but also, of course, to try to connect with the national level so that we don't redo everything twice. Okay, zip, zip, zip. Now we are 20 years in the future, and we are today. This is a very simplified picture, but still it shows a little bit what has happened. We're not talking to one Director General anymore. We're talking to the Director General for business, grow, energy, agri, climate change, environment, joint research center, etc. We have several of these public-private partnerships that now are institutionalized, and they have their own structure, their own little pocket of funding, and their own networks. Of course, there are more than what is in this picture. As said, this is only the funding mechanisms. But, you know, we have representatives here, for instance, from WoodPop, which is more talking on the coordination of policy aspects and promotion. It's not here. But now we're looking at creating a forest partnership. So it will be more of an institutionalized AeroNet, like an institutionalized WoodWisdom-Net. So this will be very exciting. And now we see that the landscape has been more complex. What has happened with the funding? It looks extremely good. So this is actually like how much funding went into EU projects that we can say has a relationship with the forest-based sector. And in 2023, it was almost 500 million, so 450 million. So there has been this steady uptick, so we can say that's on the positive side. I mean, even if it's a more complex environment, we are getting more money. Yeah, but then also, since I'm here to talk from the industry perspective, the question is, of course, who gets this funding? And how much industry relevance does it have? And this table here, it's the top performers when it comes to the woodworking part of our sector. So not the whole forest-based value chain, but just the woodworking part. And I don't know how much you can see there in the back of the table, but congratulations, VTT, more or less the standard #1 in our sector. They have 7 projects. But then if we go down the list, then it's actually 36 organizations on this list. And several of them are in 2 projects and some are in 3, so they sort of ranked on the same rank. But there are only 3 of them that are private organizations, company sort of organizations. So I just pointed to them. It's Indresmat, Mogu, and Leiffinger Bader. To be honest, I am not really familiar with any one of them. But I hope they're good. And sorry, those 3 organizations, they are involved in 4 projects. So those projects, many of them are in together. It's a digital platform for very low carbon construction. It's a long title, but it gives you what it's all about, right? Then the second one is EC0, envelope material systems with low impact for zero energy buildings and renovation. Also, you can at least understand what it is. I also, besides that, you can clearly see that some companies have some interest in this. It has a bigger European and societal value. Flow, circular sustainable floor coverings, very precise also. And finally, Bio for EEB. bioinsulation materials for enhancing the energy performance of buildings. Also, I mean, all of these are clearly in line with the Green Deal, etc. But the point is that to bring some sort of temporary conclusion, that business actors are underrepresented in Horizon Europe, at least, and even in Pillar 2 that we look at. And that Pillar 2 of the budget is called Global Challenges and Industrial Competitiveness. So what we risk of, if we don't have the companies and the business there, it's like this very nice wooden cup or mug that we got here with the bag. Very nice, but if you turn it around, it says Made in China. So it's a bit unfortunate, actually. Those business organizations or private organizations, they are predominantly active in EU projects that have a tangible outcome, and they are often working together, so probably along the value chain or something. Now, what is the main reason maybe why we don't have that many private actors? I mean, of course, I mean, like, I would guess that none of you here is from a company. So private actors, they have a window of opportunity that is limited by other factors than if you're a researcher or you're working for the public institution. You have to think about, I mean, basically, how is the market right now? How much money do we have to invest? What kind of standards and certifications are we facing, etc. And they are, in the companies, they're often very, very uncomfortable with the European scene and the, let's say, Brussels lingo. As we showed, the whole research innovation system is becoming more complex. So if I would go back from finding those 3 entities on the top 36 list, if I go back 20 years or 10 years, it would be about the same amount of companies or organizations. But then, meanwhile, you saw that the budget has increased. So the actual budget distribution of the funding system is not going more to the industry. And this is maybe something that is contrary to what is publicly believed. Okay, a little bit then about FTP. The concept of the European technology platforms like FTP, it was proposed by, as Mika said, by the European Council, trying to mitigate this, to get more industry involvement into the framework programs and Horizon Europe. And also the Aeronets that came very much like sister brother kind of thing for us, at least, they were there to strengthen the collaboration in the European research area. So it is a very nice fit. Now, I suspect that I'm running out of time, so I will hurry up a bit, but I want to tell a little bit shorter more about FTP based on our strategic research and innovation agenda. So we have ran through 3 of them. We're now preparing for the 4th version, so we follow the framework programs. They're important because, first of all, they put our sector and our sector's need into the global picture. So, for instance, we're talking about European Green Deal in the current version and how the forest-based sector or the forest private partner can contribute to this big picture. It has this role of being the Rosetta Stone, trying to translate between not only the forest owner in Padjalanta, but also the sawmiller here in Berlin, the public authority or the researcher from social sciences, and also with other sectors. We often forget that. We have to collaborate with, for instance, the chemical sector, as well heard. So this serves as the collective sector's input to the EU framework programs to try to speak with one voice. And hopefully, and that's the idea of us in the eyes of the Commission, will lead to more private investments. Because, for instance, if we're going to manage the Green Deal, it doesn't look very, very optimistic right now. We're talking about trillions of private investments needed. And then, of course, it's a starting point to sort of measure what's going on. Mika also did a good attempt to try to measure the outputs. It's very difficult. You can measure the amount of funding given, the partners, when you talk about this tangible results, so what is the result on the sustainable wood flooring, etc.? We are trying very hard. It's a lot of resources, and it is actually not very much that we find, unfortunately. But then finally, okay, so the FTP is built around this as the core document. So basically anyone that says, I'm in the European research area, and I agree with this vision and the strategic research agenda, they can be a stakeholder of FTP. So that should be basically everyone. I think now this is the final picture, so I hope I have not used too far much time. But I think a purposeful, so I use the word purposeful EU R&D funding system must have a very strong participation of the private actors. I say purposeful because, again, we need those results and they need to go out to actually become something. And for that, we need the private sector. The role of the FTP CERA is set up to strengthen the forest-based sector collaboration on the national and the European level, and for us to try to speak with one voice. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel. The aeronets that we are here to celebrate today, ForestValue, WoodWisdom-Net, Some Forest, Forest-Terra, they have been a great success for our sector. They have contributed a lot over the 20 years. So this is, I'm very happy to be here for this kind of occasion. And then the final thing is that the private participation in EU framework program, it requires that you have a long-term, let's say, predictability, and that as simple as possible for the private actors to participate. So keep that in mind, whatever you do. Good luck, have fun. It's great to be here. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, or remarks? Martin.
Sorry, I would have one question. When you showed this table, the 20 most important persons or institutions that got funded from the Horizon Europe, did you count also the CBE funding in here?
Yeah, yes. So this is including but CBE is mostly in the pulp and paper. So now I did only the selection for the woodworking subsector. Yeah.
Because I was wondering if the CBE
Yeah.
should be the companies that are involved in it. So that was something that bugged me a little bit. Yeah.
But the remarkable thing also is that this list would be fairly similar if you include also pulp and paper and forest. So, yeah. Chris?
Yes, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be that pessimistic about the companies participating. If you look at the VTT, for instance, in many of those projects, you have many companies as participating partners, but the companies are not ready to take the coordination role. It's heavy duty, and many research organizations have more resources to do that part.
Yeah, of course, if you have a research institute or a technical institute that work a lot from the funding of the industry, it's more industry close, so it's industry adjacent, if I say it like that.
But they can also work in the project as partners.
Yes. But the point is that there are only, out of this list, there are only 3 companies. So there's a percentage, if I say it like that.
Thank you very much. And Chris, I have to say, I'm a company now for 4 years, and I have some experience with this European programming, and it is actually a challenge as a company to participate. My company is, I'm in a small project, but I refused several other proposals where I'm invited due to the administrative burden. I have to say it myself, and now I'm facing the reality for companies which I tried to deal 20 years on the other side. So there are few instruments where I accept immediately, and there are others where I have to say, as much as I'm interested and the company is interested, no, we cannot participate.
Rabada. I work at the Spanish representation to the EU. I have one question regarding the investment of the private partners in this field. So when we read the reports by the Commission on the assessment of partnerships, it's difficult to know how the joint programming has had an impact in the investment by private partners. I'm talking about financial budget, about cash, not in kind. So do you have an idea of how joint programming has had a leverage effect in your research and innovation investment in the companies? I mean, has it had an impact? And can you value it? How much money has it increased and how much is it now? Thank you.
Well, the good example would, of course, be the Circular Bioeconomy Europe now, or CB joint undertaking, where you have to be, you're paying a tax basically in your projects for the administration. It's quite high. I think it's 2 or 4% now. And then the industry, of course, doesn't get the same money as a research performer or a non-business making entity. So the one question is, okay, how much funding goes in from the private into the EU projects? And it depends on if it's an innovation action, a research innovation action, or coordination and support action. Of course, in the innovation action that are very rare, besides in the public-private partnerships, then I would say it's around 50-50. But the most interesting question is, of course, then, what is the total investment afterwards? So to follow up. And I know that all the public-private partnerships, we had this exercise recently in the one that's called Process of a Planet, Aspire. And they go through all the sectors trying to figure out what kind of investments have you done now. But the question is always, what do you count when you do this exercise? Do you count all the investments in your sector? Or do you count where you can really directly see a causality to the partnership? I think that there is a little bit of an overestimation of what the private can contribute in those cases, because as we saw from Mika's presentation, even if let's say the investments come very long down the line, even if you have a successful EU project. So I've seen some of the projects we tried to put up as, let's say, flagships, because we could see some tangible input, so that was interesting. For instance, biodegradable Lego pieces and stuff like that. And when you talk with the people in the projects, you find out, well, this process, it started in 5 projects earlier, and now what we have done is we have done a demo together with new kind of partners in this last project. And this last project has the size of maybe 20 million euros. So it's big projects, but it's big money, very unusual. It has a long history, maybe 10, 15 years. So the question is basically, if the public, the EU expects that 100 million in the EU framework programs will lead to like 1 billion investment, I don't think you can find that. I don't think you should expect that. That said, it doesn't mean that it's a failure. That's not the case. It's just don't have this expectation, basically. Manage your expectations. I hope it answered the question.
Any more questions?
Tony Quinn from Department of Agriculture in Ireland. I'm going to make a statement and then kind of a question, so don't feel under too much pressure to answer. But I just wonder, what is the industry perspective? So when you look at research and industry and policy, you know, the trinity of, as Mika quite eloquently put it, getting shit done. If you look at that trinity, how aware is industry, or how much value do they place on, I suppose, the early stage of research and in the silvicultural aspects? So the research that underpins our sustainability within Europe, and we're quite different from a lot of sectors in the land sector, so whether it's agriculture or forestry. that we have to underpin all of our products and all of our actions with sustainability. So that sustainability aspect, for the most part, is underpinned by a lot of early stage research that's very difficult to measure the impact of, other than it's more of a concept. You have to rely, there's a lot of trust that, you know, establishing carbon modeling, all that takes a lot of work from researchers. How does the industry feel about that aspect? Do they place a value on it? And then the other part of the question is, what can we do as researchers, funders and policy makers to improve that? It's a lot, sorry, but it's something that I quite often think about.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, exactly. Well, I mean, this could probably be answered in 10,000 different ways because it's so individual. What I see is that there is a lot of basic research and also, let's say, platform building in this pillar 2 of Horizon Europe, that is for global challenges and industrial competitiveness. So there is a fatigue sometimes from the companies, from the industry. There's yet another survey coming. And yet again, they're asking about how I figure innovation, but their questions in the survey doesn't make full sense to me. So I think they rather feel that if you can have a project like with this sustainable flooring or whatever, where I can see this is where I would fit in, then you talk with your network of research organizations, or like VTT, and you get on board. I think your question was more also specifically related to forestry, and it might be a little bit the same, that you have quite very, let's say, advanced forestry research in the regions and in the countries that look at those kind of species, those kind of growth conditions. You might have test surfaces where you have forest or tree species grown for 40, 50, maybe even 100 years. And in the EU system, this is now sort of duplicated, but a little bit without the same precision. So I think that the private standpoint would be, we would need to have more like projects where we can see a tangible outcome. Maybe too long still, but yeah.
There's one. Who?
Thank you very much for the explanation you gave. I have a question related to the new partnerships, and I want to ask if you think that the new model of partnerships will overcome the barriers of participation of the industry in the sector.
If I understand, you basically ask if new silos are created, or like, we are active in 4 or 5 different public-private partnerships, and they all create their own culture. And you have the members that are insiders and contribute to the membership. So yes, in a way, they are creating new silos. And so the Commission has been working on break everything down, no forest sector, that's a silo. And then they create one partnership that relates to the sector, one other partnership, and that's in another way of organizing stuff, silos. But then I would say that looking at the fact that, at least from the company side, in the partnerships, you have a chance to say, we need this. One example is for the pulp and paper sector in the process industries partnership, where you have cement, steel, etc. The pulp and paper sector is the only one that looks at water as an energy issue, really. The other ones use it as wastewater. They are using all their processes around water. So even if you say it's about European process industries, the pulp and paper sector has to fight like a tiger to get understanding that, no, we're not talking about wastewater and cleaning it before it goes to the lake. We're talking about transferring the heat that is in the water, for instance, to something usable. We talk about heat pump technology or whatever. So the answer is yes, but on the other hand, if we can help to guide a bit the different actors, then it's not such a bad thing.
Some more questions or comments? Points for discussion? No?
Well, then thanks a lot for the interest.
Giving over to you soon, but we have a special present for our speakers. Thank you very much. Yes, you're still going to get one.
Thank you very much, Johan. Excellent presentation and some very good questions there. We're moving on to our next section, which is the partnership. There will be a lot of interest here, and if you think back to Mika's presentation, where he had the tree and all the other everything that's been leading up to ForestValue, the partnership is very much the next bud on that tree that's about to start growing. So unfortunately, Martin couldn't be here, so I'm going to try to do my best to emulate Martin. I won't be successful, but I'll do a good enough job to get through it. So the EU partnership, I have this presentation which I haven't seen just yet, so I'll speak as much as I can to it. We have been working through Scar Forest. I'm just going to ignore that for the moment. So there's the ongoing work of Scar Forest, which is the Strategic Research Committee for Agriculture. In that we have the working group writing the fiche for the partnership. So that has gone on to the Commission and been approved. We're continuing to work on that. That's been done through our chair, Mika Kallio. So we have Mika, we have Anna from Finland in Luka, and we have France are involved too as well through Nicholas. So that's brought together everybody in Scar Forest. We've prepared that fiche, we're working on it diligently, but there's also the group that we have here today, so the Scar Forest group, or the ForestValue group. So there's a lot of crossover between Scar Forest and ForestValue. So we continue to create through that group, but we also have the EuroFor project. The EuroFor project is run through a number of member states and EFI, and the outcomes of that are a number of workshops to try, and the main focus of it is to create a strategic research and innovation agenda that will go on to inform the forest partnership. So there's a lot of ongoing work in creation and co-creation of a strategic research and innovation agenda. There's been a number of workshops. I'm sure some of you have been involved in those workshops. They're broken into regions, and they have been held over the summer and are going to continue into the future. So there's some of the main points around the forest partnership. It will emulate, I suppose, what has come before it, in that it's going to be similar to the ERANETs, but the vision for it is that it's going to be much bigger. There's going to be more money in it. There's going to be more collaboration across member states, and that is our hopes and aspirations for the partnership. So that's my view of the partnership. I'll just go through some of the slides as they come up. So as Martin has them here, the objectives of it, the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda, fostering development, contributing to the forest protection and restoration, so that's the abiotic and biotic threats. All of these things will come out through the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda that the EuroFor project is creating. And of course, he mentions here the legacy as well. So we're on the same page, both myself and Martin. So what are the next steps within the partnership? the core group, we're writing the proposal. We hope to have something in 2025. So we hope to have that proposal approved and ready in 2025. And then from there, we will hopefully launch a call. All of this is tentative. At the moment, the Commission is looking for commitments from member states. So the funders of member states, through their various ministries, have been coordinating with the Commission. At the moment, we're at a stage of indicative funding amounts. So we will be engaging over the next, the deadline is the end of this month. So we'll have a good, strong figure to start to work with. We've already, as funders, come together through Finland, who are leading on the project. We'll be meeting at the end of this month, isn't that correct, Mika? Yeah. Yeah. So we're already quite far ahead with our own direction where we want to go. So it's a case of building that with our member states and our previous members from ForestValue, working with the Commission and starting to get in all the boring stuff, the grant agreements and all these memorandums of understanding and establishing our working groups. So with that, then we will move to I'll call launch, which, whilst it's very hard to nail down exactly, we would like to have something possibly late 25, maybe 26. We'll have to see, but that's our aspiration. So that's a quick summary of the partnership as it stands. And I think where you will find most information and the most valuable information is on the Eurofor website. There's a huge amount of information there. There's details on the working groups that we've had and the regional working groups. But also, critically, there is the draft Sharia, so the research and innovation agenda. That's up there on the Eurofor project. So I'd encourage everybody to have a look at that project and the draft version of it. But with that, I'm sure there are questions. So I'm happy to take questions from the audience, and we can handle it as a team here if there are questions. Thank you. Okay.
I'd like to start with a question. How many funding companies or funding agencies are behind the project development now?
Yeah, at the moment, so in this first wave, so they are who are actually about to join next week. We have 40 plus funding agencies. That is, but this is the start, so we had to start from somewhere, but immediately, so this was the reaction. So, but then we are discussing, of course, with those other partnerships and initiatives as well, but nevertheless, so this is where we are starting.
Thank you. I have a question. Oops, sorry. I have a question concerning then the content, because we will talk the next 2 days, and it's very important that we keep a good quality in forest research. But innovation, a lot of things affecting our forest research is coming really from other disciplines, other sectors. It's a huge challenge. We try to do that. I'm also working on this, how to reach out and how to include or get them involved who are necessary really to have some breakthroughs and innovations and also to expand the knowledge in our field. Not only smiling voice.
But that is the reality, so definitely. So it is a huge challenge there. Yeah, and now we already discovered it within Scar Forest when we first started, after having these long negotiations with the European Commission to get even this point where we are at the moment. So then when we have been inviting these different initiatives then to discuss the potential synergies in the Scar Forest meeting, for instance, so it has turned out to be that definitely we are talking really big challenges here. And like Johan was also pointing in his presentation, it was actually one of the questions, was it Juan asking that how does it look like, so that are we building again new silos or something with these initiatives? But this is something we are really trying to avoid now. But it is a big job to do. So, but luckily, so it looks like at the moment, so that at least the developments we have had in the past so have been going to the right direction. So that although the landscape has become much more complex, but still so that people are, because we are still discussing with people here. It's not just initiatives down there. And we are many organizations involved in many of these different partnerships. So we really now try to do our best to create the best possible synergies and between the disciplines. So like I was showing, this holistic approach we needed.
Just to add to that quickly, I think we're in a very good position in that we're kind of the second mouse to the cheese. So the partnerships that have come before us, there's a lot of learnings we can take from those. And we have been engaging with a number of those partnerships to try and look at the best practices, what worked well, what didn't work, and trying to avoid what didn't work and build on what worked well. So we have been engaging with a number of those partnerships and working with them. So yeah, we're in a very good position to get the best learnings. Thanks.
Time for coffee break, I guess.
Yes.
People are getting tired. Okay, thank you everyone for this morning session.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much. If you could take your seats, and we'll start with our next session. So, driving transformation of the forest-based bioeconomy. And our first speaker here for today is Baiba from Latvia. So, Baiba, please, if you'd take the stage.
Dear ForestValue family, I'm very happy and proud to be here and tell about our Latvia as a widening country, history and success story in our common network. And as you see, some facts about the Latvia, that we are one of the Baltic countries and of course rather small, near 2 million inhabitants. But why we are so happy to be in this family and to be in this network? The reason, of course, is if you look at our Latvia areas, that you see that here is forests from 2004, there's also a lot of forests, but even now in 2023, last year, we have half of our area, these are forests. And of course, this is the reason why it's so important, our participant in such network, because this is forests, this is our goal. The forest helps us in all heavy situations as for farmers and also for the state as such. And here you see a little bit about the forest land, forests and forest stands. And you see that we are working very carefully and a lot with the forest, because it's very important for us. And here you can see growing stock and main tree species, and these are pine, spruce, and birch. These are who are very, very important. And here you can see how it's developed in the years. Then again, spruce, it's growing in some straight place, but anyway, it's going up. And if we look to the ownership, because it's also very important for forests, that you see that half to half, we have half is state, and half is private, and then a little bit local government, but state is really very strong stakeholder here. This is very important, and also, of course, farmers. If you look this our network and see this 20 years from 2004, then you see that, of course, Latvia is a strong partner here from the beginning, and this first project was Lilo project, and this was partner. We are as partners there, and the partner was Latvian State Institute of Wood Chemistry, and this is one of, we have three very important players. This is this institute, then Forest Institute Silava, and also, of course, university, the forest faculty. But there are again new players, as for example, there's WoodWisdom Applied Science University, who is winners in the last ForestValue 2. But these are the main forces, and we can say that really we are in this family from the beginning, and we are very happy about it. And here you see the next net, WoodWisdom-Net 2. We have two projects here. Pinobio on proligning, and again we can say that we have very strong cooperation, of course, with Nordic countries, and their coordinator is also from Finland, and Latvia is one of the partners, and again it's this is Latvia State Institute of the Wood Chemistry, and that means that they are really strong partners. And the next one again, this is the Finland is the leading partner, and Latvia also is here as a participating country with the same institute. That we can say that we are working hard from the beginning. Of course, not always we are lucky. That's also true. But anyway, I think even if this consortium will not win. Anyway, there is a lot of positive things because we are in network, we are working together. It's very important to our ministries to show, Ministry of Education Science and Ministry of Agriculture, to show that we have results, because you know that the stakeholders must support. The Latvia must say, yes, we will pay and then we can take part in the consortium. And for them, it's also important that we can show you, yes, we can, and then they are more lucky again with the money for the next time. So, but because this is very important, and now if you look, the next Wood Wisdom, that here is this bad story is that we were in 14 consortiums, 14, it's unbelievable, but no one. But you see, anyway, this is experience. And experience, it's very positive. We have experience. And that means that anyway, this experience, there are networks, there are participants, there are colleagues, good friends, and so on. We can go ahead. And if we look all these times that we can see that these aeronets, that's very popular in Latvia. If you look all this period, that we see that aeronets dominated. This is not only ours forestry, it's also others. But aeronets there is very popular in Latvia, and it's, I think, also some good plus for us, for our side, for forest aeronets. So, and now there's some forest, and then some forest we have again, the project reform, and this is Silava, that's Latvian State Forest Research Institute, the second strong player in all activities what links with the forest, and we always, as from the Academy of Sciences and Agriculture and Forestry, that we invited all these potential partners and discuss with them about the activities, and I will tell also about this hours meeting when I come back to Riga. And this is very important, and this is very important also that after some losses, we go ahead, and we have again winners, and we have a consortium where we are partners. And then ForestValue 2, ForestValue 1, and ForestValue 2. And today we have here Tarex, this project, but I will not tell about them more because in the program there will be presentation from this. Norway is leading partner, and I know that also yesterday you had meeting, and here also a representative from WoodWisdom Applied Science University, my colleague, and that means that we are working. And what's about this assessments about this participation? And I think as I said that it's so important that we are in this European research area as a widening country, and this opportunity to work together, this also democratic approach in the elaboration, and also I think that this non-bureaucratic style, and I want to say also a lot of many thanks to the Mika Kallio, that he's really very open to cooperation, and really very, very good friend, and as a godfather, we can say, for all these all these activities. And there is recommendations for the future. The first, I think that what I want to encourage in widening countries, that's this set ambitious targets for the research and innovation. And this, I think the partnership, European partnership, is very important for us. And really we must work hard to get it, because now we must send the proposal to get it, to work together to get it, and then after it to use it, and to continue this 20 years excellent experience for the future in our countries. So, And the second one, I asked also my colleagues before I came here, the institute members, what I can tell about these recommendations. And they say that it's really very important, this question about put emphasis on this partners search. That this is very important, especially for maybe young universities who also want to go here with this multidisciplinary approach and to get partners here and to be in these consortiums. And this is they say that organization of conference or brokerage events before calls, that this is very helpful, that you can come and see who will be maybe the leaders of the potential consortiums and to get in contact with them. That this is the point that for us as widening countries is very important. So, and then in the end, I want to thank a lot you about this possibility to be in the family and to take part in it. And you see, when we discuss in the springtime this meeting and these 20 years that we are together, we in Latvia, in our Academy of Sciences, we said that we must, thanks to the colleague who is working so hard for all these 20 years. And what do you think? Who is this person? Yeah, yeah. And now here is diploma. Here is diploma. And I, in a very serious moment, together with the whole family, I can say that the Latvian Academy of Agriculture and Forestry Sciences on the 6th June 2024 elected Minister of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland he has been elected as foreign member of the Unit of Forest Sciences, Latvia Academy of Agriculture and Forestry Sciences. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. This is more than I could have ever expected when we started the first collaborations, and not least with Latvia. And I remember in the springtime when Baiba asked me about this, that how would you feel that if I would propose you to become a member of this recognized entity? So I said that, well, I don't have the academic career behind me, and I have no these professor titles whatsoever, and so forth. I have started my dissertation at some point, but never finished it due to family reasons. So and ended up into this business where I'm at the moment. But then Baiba simply pushed for it, and I'm so thankful for this great honor. So thank you so much, Baiba. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and
Alfred Kamhofer from Switzerland. There's one question. You said you got a lot of experience by not getting any fund from the EU. How did you deal with this? Because it's for the scientists not so easy to get one no after the other. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, of course, it's this is the problem, because we always hope that we work hard and hope that there will be the positive result. But life is life, and mostly we are not working with one project. Institutes are working maybe with 5, 10 projects, and that means that somewhere you are lose and somewhere you are win. And also additionally, each institution is going through the international evaluation of the research results, and it's each 6 years you have this evaluation, and if it's positive, that you are getting also money for the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Education and Sciences as basis for your research. It's not so that if you know in ForestValue 2 project that collapse, that's die. No, that's no. So, but of course we are happy if we have more, and we must work that to get more positive results.
Bye-bye. Sorry, just on behalf of the ForestValue team, we have yes, it's filled with conduct. Thank you very much, Bye-bye. So thank you again, Bye-bye, for your excellent presentation. And it goes to show how difficult it can be for the funders as well. We're the unsung heroes in the background many times. And there's a lot of work that goes into formulating all these calls and putting everything together, evaluating them. And everybody does it and everybody gets behind it, regardless of being successful or not, or having your institutes successful. So, and as Bye-bye said, we all benefit from each other's experience and we take that on to the next project. So thank you very much, Bye-bye. Our next presentation is research into the market and looking at some of the projects that we've had over the years and how they interact with market forces and the success of those. So Frank, if you're here, if you could take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. First and foremost, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Wood Wisdom and ForestValue. We will sing later, maybe tonight on the boat. I've got the honor to report on our experience on TESS energy facade, prefabbed renovation systems, timber-based element system for the energetic renovation of the existing building stock. That was the title of the first research project we have done in Wood Wisdom. When it is I was working for Hermann Kaufmann at the University of Munich. I was appointed assistant researcher in 2002. We started teaching, then I got into research, worked on the first proposal, won the first proposal in Wood Wisdom, together with a lot of partners. We've heard that before. International research is an opportunity to make friends, to find common interests, and to have success. Wood Wisdom was always a platform working, from my point of view, very pragmatically. I've done one FP7 research project, and if we talk about bureaucracy, then that is bureaucracy. Wood Wisdom was always straightforward. I'm happy to meet André Greif here today from our Projektträger Jülich. It was a close relationship there to bring things forward, not to take a burden of paperwork, but really streamline the things. Fachagentur Nachwachsende Rohstoffe also here today. They were the follow-up organization doing the job just as well, really easy, making it easy for the universities and also the partners, the SME partners. The SME partners we had were all committed to the projects. The SME partners were partners we've known for a long time, so it was not very hard to find them, but it's always an effort to get them on board. Let me say one thing to that image here. You know that guy here? Hasn't changed. That's okay. Forest Technology Platform. For me, being part of that process, drafting national research agendas, I was only one of 100 or more people, was a very interesting and fulfilling process for me, not only to meet people, but to get the insights of how topics develop in such calls. And it's of high value because I can remember that on one of those sessions, I said, we need to think about building with wood and doing renovation with wood. And a couple of months later, the topic was in the call. So that's the way it works. The idea behind TES Energy Facade was the application of prefabricated timber elements on existing buildings to enhance the building, to do an energetic renovation, just to give a new side to the architecture. We thought about how can we take the positive points of building with wood and transfer it to building renovation. It was successful. It laid ground for several standards. We've heard about fire and timber. That was a project going parallel to our projects. There was outcomes that are now standards in building codes. So a very, very direct effort and success. We also developed details and planning books that are common or were common ground then. What's this? Could be a black hole, or maybe a black box, or if you look very sharply, maybe you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Nonetheless, what I experienced has been said before. Don't think that you be successful straight ahead, even if you receive prestigious prizes. Fact is that after 2014, when we finished the last SMART test, because we had the follow-ups, SMART test, Leanwood, Bimwood, blah, blah, blah. Fact is that building renovation was of no interest in Germany and in Europe. We were building new buildings, really a lot of them, but building renovation is of no interest, is still of little interest. The other day, I had an email of a researcher, a young researcher from TU Vienna, and she made a sketch of all follow-up research projects dealing with more or less the same topic. Hey, these are more than 50 projects. Some of them I've never heard of. Most of them, I don't know if they have ever succeeded into the market. We are looking at built projects. So I have the great luck or opportunity to, after leaving TU München, building up my own architectural firm, now being professor at Nuremberg Tech, doing projects by myself in the office. So I know the building side as well as the research part. But I also know that we are talking about 50 plus, maybe 100 projects that have been done. That's not a lot. There are other marketing-driven issues like Energiesprong. That was a marketing topic that came from the Netherlands into Germany, together with DENA, which is a German energy association, driving that topic further on. Now we are looking at state funding since 2 years, I think, pushing serial renovation forward. So they took up all the findings. We described the process. You can find exactly that process in the state funding at the moment. And being a professor now, I'm looking at new research projects, of course. But there's a story behind the story. And that's a critical question as well. If you look at the building stock in Germany, this is only the figures for Germany, they are similar to other European countries, although the structures are different due to damages after the Second World War and the development of building stock. That's only figures for Germany. We're looking at about 12 million units. Some of them have been renovated, poorly or better, but not a lot of them. Now, what is important to know that if we look at buildings, how long they last. I mean, this is a building's obviously quite old and it's been refurbished rather nicely, but windows, rooftop, technical installation has a lifespan of more or less 80 years. Some stuff doesn't even live 80 years. And if we take that lump sum of buildings we have, I'll wait until you made the photo. Thank you. If we take this amount of buildings that has been built in the 40s and 50s, and we just push them forward 80 years, then this is the task that is ahead of us. We're not talking about climate change. We're not talking about building with wood. We're only talking about necessary renovation due to the natural decay of our buildings. I don't want to frighten you, but German bridges, German train systems, difficult at the moment. And this is that's a task for our society, and this is a task, an economical task, which is enormous. So we are looking at a financial need in the next years, which is really, really a big issue. The good side of the story is we're still using the details we've developed with TES Energy Facade. We need, and that's one of the findings maybe, or the conclusions of the project, we need to focus on neighborhoods rather than on single buildings. We need to focus on the energy consumption of our cities. If we have green energy, then we don't have the problem of energy consumption. We only have the problem of natural decay. And the story goes on. At the moment, we are looking again into the old concepts. I was lucky to achieve funding from the Bavarian Ministry of Agriculture for a project called TES Seriel, which is a very small project concentrating on certain issues like adapting prefabricated elevators to the existing building stock or looking at the typology of buildings. And we have placed a proposal at the latest call at our FNR, Fachagentur Nachwachsende Rohstoffe, which has also this topic on calls at the moment. And I'm very sure that the task of building with wood from very different perspectives is the future, and this is the difference to when we started, and we need to keep this in mind, and we all know it. It's the Green Deal that has been developed. It's European Bauhaus that's been developed. And it's the sad fact of the 1.5 degree mark that has been taken, and the effects of climate change that we start to experience. And this is the basis for our research and for building with wood in the future. And there's a lot to do, because building it with wood it's not that complicated, but you need to know some things. And at the moment we experience a high or an increasing building activity, but not all of the planners or builders are really experienced, and there are issues behind after fire in timber, for example, that need to be solved. Thank you very much. Any questions? Katja has.
I just have a question. Like, you as an architect, would you go that extra mile with your clients and persuade them to build with wood rather than concrete or metal?
I don't have to go miles. Now, for me, we only build with wood, so clients come to us because we build with wood. We don't need to persuade anyone. More questions? No? Thank you very much. Ah. Okay. Andreas.
We know that about 70% of the building stock in Europe needs to be renovated. What would be if I give you now this, you get the Christmas wish to Santa Claus, what needs to be done legally that we can boost also for our materials and your concepts?
I don't know. Is it the funding side? Is it the money that needs to be poured in there? I think, and this is one of the, oops. This is in this image here. From the timber construction branch point of view, I think we need to focus on suitable buildings. We cannot and we do not want to put the wood jacket around every building, but there are buildings that cannot be renovated with styrofoam or mineral wool, because you need to take off the cladding or you need to take off the building skin and replace it. And then this is the interesting market segment for timber construction, because the prices are different. And this is one of the conclusions as well, that we need to focus on the market and on the segment which is suitable. Sounds difficult or maybe scary, but the fact is this little market segment is so big that the timber branch has work for the next 50 years.
Thank you very much, Frank. So our next presentation, we will look at a project from. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, so our next presentation is a project from 2017, looking at, it's more on the silvicultural side. So Christopher, please. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'll try to be close, right? That's the thing. Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks a lot for allowing me to speak to you. Yeah, as you see, we were in line actually with the spirit of the first session. Yeah, as you see with the title, we have an ambitious title. I can tell you we had a lot of fun, and I will show you that we also produced some useful things, I hope, yeah, and got things done in a sense. Yeah, I'm standing here on behalf of a consortium, of course. I was not the leader. Patrick Vallet from France did that, but since I'm located very close nearby, it just makes sense that I present. And yeah, I will just move forward. So you see here, we were a small consortium over the last sort of 5 years. We have worked on this. We still continue the collaboration actually with new proposals and also still working on older papers and so on. Yeah, we had partners from France, Slovenia, Poland, and then 2 from Germany, the European Forest Institute and the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, which I'm representing. And yeah, as you see, I can take this away, right? So our main aim was ambitious and was mostly actually focusing on improving the scientific basis for improving forest management under all those points that actually were already mentioned. So we have climate change, we have a recent surge of disturbance damages in many of our forests in Central Europe, but of course also elsewhere. And we also have the changing societal demands that are putting pressures on forests. So the aim was to bring this all together in an ambitious way, of course. And just to show you a few of the highlights, so within eMaestro, we made a collection of disturbance damage from many ground-based observations, going through the literature and also asking people for original data sets. And I don't know if you are aware, but there was a similar activity like this 20 years ago, which also went in here. And this is now the updated version of this forest disturbance database in Europe, DFDE, which is hosted by the European Forest Institute and can be accessed. And I actually hope that it will also be continued in a way, because it's next to the satellite-based assessments that we're now getting more and more that basically go back 20 years or so. This is really sort of having the historical perspective, and this is relevant to assess, of course, changing trends, and with ongoing climate change, we'll see some interesting changes. One of the interesting change we found here is that while we, of course, do have the peaks of windstorm damage that we all know of, and that probably many of us have been growing up over the past 20, 30 years when we were studying forest science or whatever, we now see also new dynamics where we have these compound events with drought and then bark beetles acting together, and that's really what you see here in the last sort of parts of the data set, that the effect of bark beetles is getting stronger and stronger. And of course, with at least in Central Europe, we still have many tree species growing outside of their natural range, so we can expect that this will actually continue for quite some time. So this was just one important aspect on the disturbances, and we are, of course, trying to bring this into our approach. And yeah, we were dealing a lot with the question of increasing complexity in forests in order for them to withstand disturbances and better cope with all these changing conditions. And within this eMaestro project, we first conceptually clarified this for us by focusing, okay, there can be issues at stand scale. Yeah, you can mix tree species at a very small scale. And then that's what we call more like alpha diversity. It doesn't only need to refer to the species, it can also be a diversity in structures, large diameters, small diameters next to each other, and so on. And then on the landscape scale, it's more like a mixture of different types of stands, and it can actually be either stands that are characterized by a higher alpha diversity or not, but then the composition of the landscape can actually also influence the way resources are provided and the silvicultural options that you have. This is just the sort of the conceptual background, and we are also, of course, trying to bring in this complexity into our modeling, because we were a strong lot of modeling consortium, and I myself am an ecosystem forest modeler. So that's what I will focus a bit on here, next to the remote sensing analysis and the other work that was also done in the project. So first of all, at the stand level, you know, we have many European forest models, and together with a cost action that I was leading at the time, we managed to develop a data set that actually is building on existing data sets like flux towers, forest inventory measurements, permanent sampling plots, remote sensing, and so on. And we were bringing those together so that models can be evaluated not only for the one variable that one is interested in, but you know that at the same time we also get the other dynamics right. And then we did this in a kind of model ensemble, model intercomparison framework that you see here on the right-hand side, where we also, again, try to bring in a bit more complexity into the evaluation of the models, actually, because usually, as I said, you're trying to get a good fit for one variable or so, but that's not all that this is about, because the models can have different ranges of applicability. The models can also have different degrees of environmental realism in a sense of how well they match our process understanding of systems. Yeah? So do you have a photosynthesis that is decoupled from respiration or not, and all those like ecophysiological things. And yeah, we were really happy that we sort of had this nice embedding of eMaestro in our wider community. I would say that the cost action also helped a lot there, but that's really the spirit, I think, that was very important to bring these issues here forward. And then we use some of those models, of course, in our project as well. And because it's not only about, you know, putting in these climate scenarios, that's what I've been doing my whole career, but it's also about changes in management that actually really matter. And actually, we still think there's quite some uncertainty to which extent management and climate and disturbances both interact and then also influence the management, and how the management responses to those drivers can push forward our understanding and the design of new management strategies. So as part of eMaestro, we also developed really complicated management scenarios and actually conceptual ways of how to let different scales interact. Because if you can imagine, we have EU targets for climate protection, for biodiversity protection, for the bioeconomy to provide resources and so on. And talking then to the foresters, you know, in the forest, managing their districts, doing silviculture at stand scale and managing the landscape is quite a challenge to actually understand what those policy objectives mean to your specific situation. And I think that was quite an important part in those case studies that I will not go into detail later, but that you can see in the outreach material of eMaestro, that there was always this interaction with foresters and forest managers, and also people from nature conservation agencies, from tourist boards and so on, to just ensure that those management ideas that we had were actually reflecting to extent also the understanding that the experts in the field and outside have on these issues. So you see, we then have sort of designed management scenarios that are actually sort of consistent from stand, landscape to national scale, and we are still bringing in also the European scale in ongoing work. And yeah, just to show you a few examples, so what you see here on this very complicated slide are different plots throughout Europe. So the upper one is in Czech Republic, then Italy, Finland, and Germany, and those are also different tree species. So it can be spruce forest, beech forest, pine forest, and also mixed forest. The K roof it's a mixed oak and beech forest with some other species. And we really, because we have these different management scenarios and our climate scenarios with different climate models behind, but that's the good scientific practice, let's say, to bring in this uncertainty. We can actually see how for different variables, for different outputs, and actually for different forest ecoservices that we're interested in, you get quite some different responses. Yeah? So in overall, what you see here is that for the more integrated ecosystem service outputs, yeah, so biodiversity, habitat, so that's structure, dead wood, and all those things, and also biomass, yeah, that is sort of accumulating over time. We see very strong effects of the different climate scenarios. Yeah, so that's strong effects of the different management scenarios. Yeah, so that's if you look at the left-hand side, you can see that the error bars on next to the different management scenarios are very, very small. I don't know if I can. Very small error bars, while the climate, yeah, is basically. Sorry, I have to start again. So what you see here is that the management factors are having quite an influence. That's what you see here, and then the different managements are actually not so much influenced by the climate scenarios. If we go further to more carbon cycle related variables or also water related variables, yeah, like percolation, net ecosystem exchange, or net primary productivity, the issue changes a bit because those are of course more tightly coupled to climatic factors, and you see that actually there is a stronger influence also of the climate scenario within each management scenario. So the larger error bars here, for example. And that's very interesting, of course, because all those things are integrated, but what we focus on with the management may actually depend on the different objectives that we have. Yeah, so depending on whether we have more a situation where water recharge is important, you actually have to be aware that even with the management that you are doing, there will still be quite a strong influence of climate, yeah, because the percolation is also directly affected by precipitation. Whereas on some of the other more integrated factors, it's actually quite the management, the determining factor, without very strong influences by climate change, knowing that, of course, with climate change, there's surprises and the modeling of disturbances is very sort of early, in an early stage, and we need to improve a lot there to capture those sort of dynamics. Yeah? But I think that was a very interesting outcome for us. And then we took this to the different scales, of course, the same exercise. So as I said earlier, we had these 3 case studies spread throughout the country, partners, and in these Vosges Mountains in the southwestern parts of France, close to the Alps. We do again the same analysis here with these different ecosystem services indicators, and you see actually a similar picture. Yeah? So the closer you are to the direct sort of climate factors, yeah, water and carbon cycling and so on, you get quite a strong influence from the climate scenarios, and the more you move into integrated things, you see that actually the management and the decision at the site level matter a lot more. And you can see, because those were integrated simulations with all these different management scenarios at the landscape scale, there were actually a lot more management options also. Yeah? If you remember before, I had like 2 or 3 scenarios, whereas for the larger scales, there can of course be very different types of scenarios, focusing what happens in the silviculture, but also in the organization of the landscape. And that's, I think, an aspect that is usually underlooked in forest management, because people tend to focus to do their silviculture at the stand scale, whereas actually some of those aims that we are having from our policies and so on can actually only be achieved if we also mix stands that are being managed in a very different way. Yeah? In a very provocative way, this goes a bit to challenging this paradigm of multifunctionality that we are all have been growing up with, and that is, I think, a very interesting discussion if we talk about the future of our forests. Yeah, then just to show you that we also did some more empirically based work. So basically, with the colleagues in Poland, they do a lot of remote sensing and and LiDAR and laser scanning and so on. So we got very detailed data sets, and we could also do some more, let's say, traditional forest growth and yield analysis, mortality risk modeling, using new data sources, which I think is, in terms of developing technologies, really important. And as you may know, in the ecophysiological or let's say climate impact literature, there is this idea of, okay, live fast, die young. Yeah, so trees grow actually better in under some circumstances, but it doesn't mean that they will, stay there for longer. They will just be ecophysiologically in a state where they will be more susceptible to drought, for example, because they have invested less in the root material. And actually, using just observed data, really from this very detailed Polish data sets, sanitation felling data and climatic water balance simulations, and also calculations based on observations, we can actually show that the older the sites, the more dense and the higher the site quality. Yeah, so let's say the more dense, old and luxurious forests that were growing in the past can actually be much more susceptible to drought damage and subsequent infestation by insects and so on. Yeah, which is quite interesting if you think about, what the implication that this has for managing the resource and designing conservation strategies and so on. The issue, of course, here is, and with that I will finish, that this data set, because there are mostly managed forests inside, and it's a very intensively managed area, the forests are somehow, in ecological terms, very young, and it would, of course, be interesting to extend this to more natural forest types. And similar studies actually exist for the Amazon, for many different forest regions. They all go a little bit into this direction. Yeah, with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. I'm happy to take your questions. We have very nice outreach material documenting the stakeholder dialogue and all those things, which I didn't present here, so I just invite you to check out this link on YouTube and the other project materials.
No question? Oh, yes.
Does it work? Yeah. Andrei Buncina from University of Ljubljana. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned this data on past disturbances across Europe. Have you worked on projections of future disturbances?
Yeah,
next decades.
Yeah, very nice question. Thanks a lot. I didn't go into detail here because actually the work is not finished and we are continuing, but we have used exactly the sort of historic storm tracks that are recorded in the database, for example, to design wind damage scenarios. Yeah? At the moment, and that's why I didn't put this in the front, they are not yet coupled to the climate signals that we get from the climate models. This is a bit tricky, but we have sort of designed normative scenarios where we have said, okay, a storm like Kyrill, what would happen if we get this again in 20 years? And then we have the storm track and everything, and we can sort of vary where it really hits. And then it's a scenario study. So that's ongoing work, and we have actually similar approaches for fire and insects, where we are actually a bit closer to coupling it also to the climate input, so that, for fire it's quite easy. If you have high fire risk days and a lot of biomass, then you have already two factors out of this fire triangle, and then you just need maybe people around that, throw out their cigarette or do a barbecue in the forest, and then it burns, yeah.
This because of the stochastic nature of the disturbances.
Yeah,
yes.
and we would use normative scenarios in that approach that we have. So we just said, okay, what happens if under climate change with ongoing forest dynamics and ongoing management change, a storm like Kyrill hits again in 20 years. So it would not be really a projection of the actual disturbance intensity or frequency.
Yeah. Thank you for this.
One question here.
Hey, Karen de Vrie from German Biomass Research Center. I think I was a bit slow on the rather graph page you showed. So when you said management had a much larger impact on biodiversity than climate effect, I was a bit confused because, I mean, the disturbances you were showing would probably have quite a high impact as well. So what kind of climate effects are you considering in that model?
Because we use different models, it's not always the same, but in our main model, let's say that we develop in my group in Potsdam, for example, you have temperature, precipitation, radiation, so all the, let's say, the basic factors that go in CO2. Yeah, and then we have some kind of drought damage that you know, if there's not enough water in the soil, then there's a kind of reduction of photosynthesis. And those kind of things, there is not, in those simulations, there is no wind damage or so. However, I think the main point maybe is still with the climate signals, even if they have, if they were to have these disturbances, there is still all this stochasticity, and you cannot be sure that this is at the stand level, for example, you cannot be sure if it will be hit. So the rest, those forests that are not hit by the disturbance will still continue in the trajectory where they are not affected. So I think what we will see is that actually with the new forest inventory for Germany and so on, that actually there will be a lot more dead wood and you know, things have changed, but there will also be quite some regrowth, and trees have also sort of faced growing conditions that were not good, but they still continue. And then there is a kind of, you know, this whole problem that forests take so long to grow, and you really need time for species to change and so on. So it's very hard to see this always. Yeah, let me maybe stop here. We can discuss later, maybe, because it's a very long issue also.
Excuse me, we have one more question here over here.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Rastislav Raši, National Forest Center, Slovakia. I would like to ask a complementary question to that. What is the projection of the damage for the future? So, in light of intentions to leave some forest aside in the European Union, so there is that growing trend that we should leave aside more forest and so on. So in this context, so if we consider what is the composition of forest now, and if we consider the climate change coming, so how is seen the perspective of this unmanaged forest, so compared to management? So how is that seen from your research? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a very, of course, a question that keeps us discussing for many years, and I think we will continue to discuss a lot. I think what we find a bit is that, okay, or maybe that's where I'm coming from, we have actually not only a climate crisis, we also have a biodiversity crisis, yeah? And those things have to be seen as an interaction. And then when it comes to forest, we are actually facing quite some tough decisions, because there is a lot of damaged timber, yeah? It could be salvage logged, and it could be used in the best possible way to still achieve our climate goals. Could also be left there, you know, to see what happens and have a, you know, it's a bit, I'm provoking you back a bit, but that's the discussion we are having all the time, even with the foresters, because they say, yeah, okay, I can take out everything we have here, you know, it's very dangerous for the workers to cut the storms, fell trees, and then they have some revenue, and of course it's also important for the management and the planning. But not everybody is actually feeling easy with that, or is having a, you know, having good feeling. People would maybe also do different things, and I think to explore this option space, that's really the task. Because I don't think that the discussion is always about, you know, cutting it all or leaving it all and don't do nothing. There's actually everything in between, and that's actually the challenge. It's not about everybody and the whole society has to decide we don't cut any forest, or we we leave it all and so on, yeah, or we cut it all. That's actually not the discussion. That's maybe at the both ends, but in between there is actually the solution. And in that sense, I think our results were always well received, because we show that with different management options, you have different portfolios of ecosystem services you may provide. And for some, in mountain forests, in these Vosges mountains, it's really the protection and the erosion, and there's a ski resort, and you know, all of this is actually more important than getting the last bit of timber out, even if there is a strong bioeconomy demand, and even if there are new products that would be very interesting for this type of forest to be used for, and so on. So yes. But again, I'm happy to discuss further over the next days. That's a question that keeps us running for a long time and will continue. So.
Yes, yeah. We should really start filling those with cognac or Belinka, maybe. So thank you very much, Gustav. It just goes to show how complicated forestry really is. I can't remember who said it, but about forestry, it's not rocket science, it's far more complicated. It sprang to mind as I was looking through that. So our next presentation will focus on the social perceptions of forestry in the forest-based sector as well. This is one of our projects from 2013. And Tobias, please, if you take the stage. Thank you.
Hello. I can try without the microphone. Can you hear me? No. Okay. Then I have to use the microphone. I don't like that. I can take it, but I think that's even more complicated. Okay. Well, I start with some warnings. First of all, I'm not going to finish by 12 o'clock, I think. Yeah. I try this microphone. Yeah. Okay. The second warning is actually to all. Yeah. No. Slowly. Yeah. To all of you who are coordinating projects under WoodWisdom, ForestValue, and so on, a warning from my experience: in 10 years, you may get contacted. And they will ask you to present the project results from 10 years ago. And you will consult, as I did, I consulted my dementia coaches, trying to remember what we did. But with any other funding scheme, you would say no. You would just delete the email, and that's it. With this funding scheme, you're likely to get there 10 years later because it's so nice. Yeah. So we did a project on perception. I think I can actually jump over that because you just explained it before. It's it's more complicated than rocket science. So we need that, and you know that forests, and I think that was also already in the discussion, that forests are in the spotlight actually. And we need public acceptance for forestry. So yeah. That's why this communication issue is very important. That's not my final slides. Oh no! No, it was so actually because I wanted to show you how much 10 years are. And the funny thing is actually when we started the project, I got my daughter. So she was born, I had photos of her. So probably we can send them around later. I have a photo of her when she was born. I have a photo from her just 2 weeks ago. So you see how much she has grown up, but it's not there. It's, yeah, however, that was like the private thing. But why is it so complicated? Because there's so many stakeholders involved when we talk about forestry and forest-based sector. And not just that, it's actually different levels of sustainability that we have to communicate. It's not just the one product, it's the total system. So we have different, and that's very interesting if we consider how to communicate. We have to accept that there's two main different target audiences, those who have some sort of connections and those who do not. We also made some It's not the right slides. Still, okay. Yeah. They're very similar. They're very similar. I just see the next slide. You don't see it. I didn't want to do that. No, a funny experiment that we did, just to give you an idea of what a research, because I think most of you are like engineers, technologists, whatever. You don't do social research, most of you. Yeah. So what can we do? We can do experiments, actually. And what we did with the Austrian Federal Forests was we chose a site very close to Vienna. So a forest that has a high value for recreational purposes, and a spot where they had a clear cut. And we developed a message campaign, so posters that we put there, and we waited around the corner for recreationalists coming around and asking them what they think. And then we put away the posters and waited for another people and interviewed them and so on. And what we could find is actually it makes a difference to have the information at the point where the clear cut is. So what we did is actually we just asked them whether they have seen the clear cut, whether they have seen the posters. So some of them have ignored the posters. That's the control group here. We asked them what they think about the clear cut. And what we found was actually that without any information, there was always a share of people saying, well, that's just about making money. It's profits only. It's not sustainable. But with the information there, and it was quite simple stuff, right? It's just about telling what's going to happen with the wood and what's the wood for. And the wood is not just for making money, it's also for replacing other materials, for example. Gone. No problem with this greed for gain. So, yeah, I wanted to leave out Tina Turner for whatever reason to make it shorter, but it's okay. So what I wanted to say with Tina Turner is what innovation gets to do with it, because most of you are working on innovations. That was the idea. But when I did that presentation, but that's time ago. There's some interesting information for you also, because in every project that you have to communicate. So what's interesting about communicating your research results? We did some focus group sessions trying to find out what people are interested in on different innovations. So multi-story wood construction, nanocellulose, and those things. It was interesting to see that people were actually also interested in costs, something you do not communicate naturally. But they wanted to know, a large share, depending on the topic, wanted to know how much does it cost? Is it reasonable? Yeah, will it be relevant for myself, even if it's not a end consumer product? And then we had something funny as well, and I jump here. We asked about different sorts of, it's not innovations, it's a bit broader, but different sorts, areas of innovation in the forest sector. And we asked people what they think, how the sector developed those innovations over the last 20 years, and what they think how they should develop them over the next 20 years. And then we get this kind of figure where you can see innovations that are considered to have been relevant over the last 20 years and are considered also to be relevant in the next 20 years. But there's also others where this is not the case, so biofuels, for example. And you can connect that actually what is called Garner's hype cycle. And I'm not sure if you're aware of that theory, but Garner's hype cycle, and it's really interesting, is actually, it comes from completely different sort of innovation research, but what the Garner people found out was actually that in most technologies, there is this sort of hype cycle. Technologies get on the market, they get known, and the expectation towards these technologies is increasing, and that's absolutely necessary. You need to do that in order to get the money, to get the perception, to get the attendance of the people for these technologies. But the problem with this raising expectation is that at some point they're getting too high. And if you think about it, you will easily remember lots of technologies where we had rocket high expectations. Hydrogen. It's since 1970s, hydrogen is something where we develop expectations. Yeah? And at some point, they are simply too high, and the technologies cannot meet our expectations anymore, And that's what then is described as this, delusionment phase. And it's natural, it's happening. Yeah? And what we could do is actually we could locate, based on the results that we got, we could locate the different innovations at the different points in the hype cycle. Yeah. How did it further develop? So that was already after the project. We continued doing that from the experience on a broader bioeconomy perspective. And I had some, that's way too much for 10 minutes, you know. And now it's difficult for you to see here, but I tell you, and you must believe me. We defined 4 different groups of people, students, engineers, farmers, and just workers. And we asked them what they think about bioeconomy. We just used the core definition of bioeconomy, and then we asked them what they think about it. And what was nice actually was to see, and that's over 400 people, it was nice to see that students are, for example, really curious about it. Yeah? Whereas for engineers, they say, well, that's some sort of a back to the nature concept. So it's probably not the same that other people think about it. And what was really important is that for farmers, they also came up with some sort of, is this, I mean, relatively more to others, is that actually a problem for myself, for my work? Is it, what about inequality? Yeah, and things like that. So I think, and that's also a good point, that we often, within our bubble, we assume that bioeconomy automatically is something positive and good for most of us, but it may not be perceived the same way, even from people that are rather close to primary production. Yeah. That's also not the final slides, but I can tell you what I would have had. I had these usual conclusion slides, and I thought, well, this time I don't need them. I would have just jumped over it, because the important conclusion, if I'm asked to present results from, well, 8, 9 years ago, what did this project mean? And first of all, when I started the project, I was just working for a research center. But at the end of the project, I was called to university to take over a professorship. So the project helped me, actually, and I think it's a booster for a researcher's career. What is also nice is that the PhD student that I hired for the project, she's still there. She is now deputy leader of the research group where I started. And that's really nice. So she's still there. She's still working on the topic. Yeah. Also the networks, 10 years later, they are still there. We are in projects. We are just... Last week, I had a meeting with people from the InnoRenew Center that were in that project. That was the first project where I worked with InnoRenew to set up a consortium for a new project proposal. So it's still there. And from the topic, and there I can finally make the link to the presentation before, we are now investigating the perception of people in the forest-based sector towards climate change. Because, as the presenter before told you, there are so many management options. And there are so many scenarios where we can simulate how climate change will affect forestry. And we know what should be done, but we know it's not always done. So the question is, what do forest owners think, and what does the industry think? How to deal with climate change in the future? So that's something where we are currently working on. And that was my last sentences, and I say thank you. Something, I should not name the slides always in the same way. I think that's my conclusion to that mistake. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Very impressive, thanks a lot. 10 years ago, you already had 7,000 when you hit and you search for information. What do you think would happen today when we have now LinkedIn, we have Instagram, and we have all the new social media popping up?
We should do it another time. Great idea. Should not be that difficult. The definitely we will see that there is a move towards sustainability. I think the sector was relatively slow in taking up the topic. As you, I mean, we just discussed it in the coffee break, that the sector, and it's still the case, the sector always had the position saying we invented sustainability. Therefore, it's enough to say we are sustainable. Yeah, and that's something that changed now. So everyone, or most companies, probably some small companies are still in that position, but most of the bigger companies, they have realized that this is a game, actually, where they have to play actively. And I think that this, we would see an increase in communication towards sustainability. Yeah, that's for sure. But I think that forest and the economy is still there. Because, and I think it's a good reason, it's because for a wider public, it's not clear how the sector contributes to national economies. And like in case of Austria, it's really relevant. It's not that small, but the perception is not there.
Hi, Anna Wierzbicka, Poland. I just want to tell something. I use your results. This about that if you have some forest walks in certain places, put tables there. I'm in the board advising one of the forest districts with lots of tourists around, especially summer, and they need to start some thinning in the area. I said we should prepare this and put it only for this week before and week after, and it really works. So thank you for these findings, and it's much better than have permanent boards in the forest.
Excellent, thank you very much. It's probably to add something that I didn't say that clear. I mean, the core idea is actually to hit people at the moment when they're emotionalized. You know, they walk through the forest, they don't expect to see a clear cut. And that's a moment where you can actually reach them. And in many other cases, and with social media, as Andreas pointed out, it's so often that you don't get them because it's so much information, so many of it, and the forest sector doesn't have the most sexy stories most of the time. So that's why the forest is actually an ideal place to do that. Great to hear that it has some impact.
I'm Lucian Curtu from Romania. You have now a deep understanding of the perception in time. What do you feel is getting better or not?
And now, I mean, knowing that you're from Romania, I think it's even a different story. As I said, when we started the project, we expected to see country differences. And we had Finland, Germany, Austria, Slovenia, and no country differences, right? But Romania might be a different story. I think it's not possible to say overall. I mean, there's a shift in the debate where, yeah, it got even more complicated, I would say. It's more difficult than rocket science because now, you know, 10 years ago we could have stated that wood is carbon neutral, and now it becomes clear that there is no such thing as carbon neutrality at all. And that's too complex for the average person, but they know that we're discussing it. So I think it gets more complicated. I can't say if it gets better. That's the forest sector. I think what we get at the same time is that people understand that the forest sector can contribute to solve our problems. That's what people understood, I think. That the forests, I mean, what I didn't show, we had a funny result also, asking people about carbon and forests, and we found out that like everyone knows that photosynthesis means getting carbon out of the CO2 out of the atmosphere. And then we ask a question about carbon and wood, and we saw exactly what I showed before. Those who are close to the forest sector, they know it, that the carbon is then in the wood, and the others don't. Because I think in school, yeah, what is taught is actually photosynthesis. And no one teaches at school what's happening with the carbon afterwards. And that's really something that is missing. Yeah? And that's where we are probably now. Yeah? But that was like 9 years ago, probably we are getting further. So that's getting better.
Tobias, you had in the last slide where you had the differences between the workers and the farmers, and then in the first slide you had told us that we have to be careful to be in the bubble and outside of the bubble, that there are different issues on it. But now when I go to my farmers and my foresters there, they tell me, well, the problem is that the outside is trying to influence us too much. How would you communicate that in a different way, that so that the knowledge that is outside of the bubble is also used for inside the bubble to realize or to re-ask the same troubles and challenges?
I do not have the answer. But I would keep it as an idea, a brilliant idea, Martin. When we did that project, what we were talking about is the social license to operate. Yeah? The forest sector, every forest owner needs a social license to operate. We need public acceptance for what we are doing. And now what you do is actually to turn it around. Is there also a license to operate what the society wants from forests and farmers and so on? And I think that needs to be researched. If there would be an easy answer on that question, I would probably not stand here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there was an excellent presentation. So are we going? We'll continue. We're not hungry. I agree. We'll okay. So our next presentation from Alfred Kummerhoff. We're looking at, I suppose we've looked at research and industry, and now we're going to talk a little bit about the policy side and the policy aspect of forestry and the forest sector. So, please, thank
you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the European Research Network ForestValue, thank you very much for inviting me and get the opportunity to show you the wood policy platform, WoodPop, for the next minutes. But before, I want to say my congratulations to your 20th anniversary. It's fantastic. I had at the beginning the chance to join this program a little bit. So in the last couple of years, the focus in our department changed a little bit, but we're still on the one or other project, like Professor Stern, Switzerland, is involved also there. In the last couple of years, let's say the last 15 years, the importance of timber rises up in attention and in the public awareness, because wood has a role in this whole system of climate. And therefore, a lot of countries, regions, and cities started programs to promote this the sustainable use of wood for storing carbon. For storing carbon and replace fuel fossils. So we have a lot of numbers of private and public programs on it. And what we find out, there is a lack in exchange in the system between the administration, industry, and the research sector, especially for the good practice, for the experience, and for the collaboration. So Finland and Austria started the initiative to coordinate a multi-level pan-European platform in order to get this done. It's called the European Wood Policy Platform, or shortly it's the Wood POP. Along a certain number of other countries, as Switzerland, joined this platform, and we try to make the multiple exchange on this European level. For example, there are some guidelines, knowledge, experience, so we can discuss them and looking for a better political solution. And the special point is that it's public and private stakeholders sitting together in working groups, in expert groups, and in the high level. Now I want to show you the technical working group, innovation and research, because this is one of the 5 topics on this platform. And before I start, I want to say my thank you for the help of the Swiss Wood Innovation Network, SWIN. Thomas Neher is supporting us, and also Andreas Kleinschmidt from the Homo silvestris Europea. So it's not a monkey in the forest, it's a consulting company. We have around 60 experts in this group, and we had this year a certain activities. We started with an online meeting at the beginning of the year, collecting all the programs on the private and public sector. We discussed the Innovation Readiness Index, and we looked how these programs were founded. Out of this, we will make an innovation map, and we have the next meetings in November and December. Between, we had a lot of talks one-to-one by Andreas, and we collected certain numbers of details so that we can prepare a report at the end of the year that shows us how the innovation and how the research landscape in Europe is located, situated, and which questions and which problems we can find out of that. The focus on the industry, especially the SMI, because we have a lot of SMIs in Europe, and they have good ideas, but as we heard this morning, it's not so easy for them to join these programs, because the administration in their daily work, it's not so easy to handle. What we also want to, what we also do is we are making a working plan for the next year, because this working group, it's living by the activities of the members, and it's necessary that we can talk at the end of the year what focus we will get next year and the year beyond. As one of the main results, we are looking for how the financing system is going in this programs, public and private, and there is this European Investment Bank. And this European Investment Bank is investing 1 trillion euros for the next year till 2030. And there's a lot of resources around, and the question is how our sector, especially when we think about this cost cutting in our agencies around in Europe, how this bank can take a part for the bioeconomic in forest based materials. So there's a lot of resources here, and we try to get in contact with them and show them what the possibility of the wood sector can be. So it's especially based on the innovation to market and not on the research programs. What we also are going to do is we have a special focus on hard timber, hardwood, because hardwood is one of these species what we believe that is rising up in numbers. And this is very important that we are also looking at this, so that this resource is not only going in the industry or in the chemistry, but also in the material report. For that we have some case studies from Germany, Sweden, Finland, and so on, that shows us what is going on there, so that we can make a rollout. So you see here the next two meetings, the middle of November and the middle of December. And we want to discuss, that's the online meetings, we want to discuss how we can find more of these financial foundings and how we can deal with it and make this, this talk with the European Investment Bank. For that, at the end, the WoodPop is the platform for political solutions, and we actually published a paper a couple months ago where it shows what's the aim of this platform and what we are thinking about doing in the next time. Thank you very much.
I guess everybody's hungry. Okay, well, with that then. Okay, so we will move to lunch, which is just in here. Thank you.
We continue. What? Yeah.
Say that there's a change of plan first.
There's a change of plan, ladies and gentlemen. You first have the pleasure to listen to the roundtable discussions and to think of plenty of questions yourself. And when this is over, there will be fresh cake and coffee for you, but not before. You know the motto of ForestValue 2, hard work, harder party. Okay.
I just want to say thank you for your active participation. I think it was really nice seeing you all. I think it was good for everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Super. And it was a fun exercise. Thank you for organizing. I would say let's have a big applause for Karina and the team who's behind this fantastic organization, venue, and everything. I think we have to applaud longer, or you have to listen to my next song, because we're still waiting for Rune, who's doing his makeup. I hope you've all seen the tutorial from Mika, how to refresh for a conference. But before Rune is coming back, and we will applaud. I would probably also like to invite the panelists already to come here. Then we can start when Rune has arrived. So please, all panelists, take your seats. Ilmarie Krisse, thank you. Martin. Yeah. Rune. Then was? Schwindelzettel, okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I was very concerned because I had to go to the bathroom with this one clip on, so I was quite sure that it was no one said like this.
Gosh, this goes into the ear.
Welcome to the panel discussion. We have called it nostalgic for the future, which kind of implies that we want to learn something from the guys we have and the girls we have invited. They have been essential players in the Aeronet game since the beginning. And before we start the discussion, I just want to give a short introduction. First, I want to say that I have Mika on the panel here. You have seen him before today and heard him. So he will both be a panelist, and since he has been here for a long time, as you have seen, he will also be my kind of co-host or sidekick and helping me a little out when it comes to the history here. So we will give a short introduction. I will give a short introduction to the speakers. They are here, as I said, from their experience with the network, and also to honor their work during the past 20 years since we are having an anniversary here. So, I have to go to my notes. Now you have to correct me, Mika, if I'm doing it in the wrong direction when it comes to the one that I'm presenting.
You have to change the seats.
Yeah, you could do that. That could be a nice rehearsal. So I think I was thinking of starting with Christina.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could move there. So you kind of do the sing. We were talking about rocket science and other branches of science. She's a chemist by background and has been in the industry and has been working in the funding business for how many years?
16, I think.
16 years in the funding business. Yeah, also good. Then being the administrator of the first Aeronet WoodWisdom. And then we have Ilmarie, who was the former WoodWisdom coordinator. This was very effective. And then I think you are in the right place, Wolfgang. You were the EC project officer for WoodWisdom back in the days, 2004. You're a mechanical engineer by background, and I've been working on the policy side of science, so to say, in the European Commission since the last 20-30 years. Yes. Yeah. I forgot to give something on your background, Ilmarie. I was just so concerned about getting you on the right place, but you are a structural engineer. Is that right?
Yeah, to start with, yeah.
Yeah. and also been for a long time in the funding business and as a coordinator on the one of the first aeronets. And then I think we are, you are Martin, you are in the right place, in the right seat. Yeah. He's the head of the Center for Bioeconomy at the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Austria, in Vienna. And you are you, when I was checking my notes, are you in the research now, or business now, or you're a researcher, or are you on the funding side?
I'm in the middle in between.
Okay.
I think I cut the tree.
Trends.
And then we have, then probably we should have, I'm not sure whether David is the last then. David Gonzalez, he's the former Forestera coordinator from back in what year? Back in the days.
2009.
Science, he's a neuroscientist actually. So, and the representation, now working at the representation of Spain to the EU here in Brussels, and has spent several years on the funding side in Spain. And now working on the, let's say, policy side of the research business. Okay, Mika, you have been around all the time. So you have been presented earlier today. Enough, you think, or something more you want to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay. First, before we start the talk, we have invited Andreas, who has been he's running his at the moment his own company. He's CEO, and a number of employees are
permanent or
one of the Homo Silvestris Europa, yeah. Have you called your company? Yes. And provides strategic services, driving innovation and sustainability is his selling points. If you want to buy him, it's for sale. So he has also a very long track record and in the facilitating research and innovation here in Europe. So you were given the, on that background, you were given the 10 minutes to introduce the panel. And now, since I know these are all talkative guys and girls, I will have found my timer. So I will set it up right now, so you can see how long time you have.
Well, I cannot see it. Well, no. Okay.
Now you can see it.
Thank you very much, Rune, for the introductory. Dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. And actually, as we all think, it's a bit like a school reunion for some of us. And as I said this morning, 20 years, 20 kilos plus. Okay. I have the pleasure to say about navigating the future of the forest-based sector, because when the discussion and Karina and the who organized everything contacted us to talk about the history, to understand why are we here today and how did we get here. The idea was to talk a little bit about the history, and we said, okay, that's all here, and I will give some examples, but we think it's much more interesting to also have a panel discussion about what shall we do for the next 20 years. Also, when we meet then in 20 years' time, see what has been achieved. We have heard very great examples today. I have 10 minutes to give some food for thoughts to the panelists, and I'm very grateful to all of you who have already provided me your insights and thoughts, and I try to condense it to very small, let's say, fragments of where we are today. And we have challenges that are facing the sector, and the sector is heavily involved. And when I talk about the sector, I really mean the forest-based sector in Europe, including everything with forestry-related issues, primary production processes, meaning woodworking industries, pulp and paper, also furniture and parts of biorefinery. Very grateful to the great speech of Johan, who has shown that the world became simply complexity, as we call it, like it's much more we have to deal with. We have here three things, and there's much more. I'm not talking about, you know, the rise of criminal organizations, social, societal changes, which we also have to face. I talk about things we will discuss here and we have experiences. So climate change impact is quite clear. We have seen the last 7-8 years were the warmest on the global scale what has been registered. We have rapid shifts in weather patterns. We've seen changes like heavy rainfall, and then we see all of a sudden forest fires and things combined in very short-term periods, which nobody could have foreseen before, and even some predictions do not work. The vulnerability of forests and the biodiversity is at heart. We also see that biodiversity today is probably the loss of biodiversity is a bigger threat than climate change impacts. So what does it mean? We need more forest management, wood supply chains to be resilient and to adapt to the changing conditions on the global scale, but also on the European scale. And today, being in the forest, wherever it's on the globe, it's connected on the global scale. We have a disconnection in the sector, specifically in the forestry part, lack of cohesion between regional European initiatives. There's a lot of lack, and it actually should be connected. It should be seen like an organism that's really working from the European to the regional, local level, all across, and that we understand and that we use all the different programs and instruments that are available, and also reach out and communicate and build it was a great success, I think, the exercise we did before. We need a better integration across Europe. We've heard, and we have here David, who can say something about that. We know that the Mediterranean basin is heavily affected by climate change effects. I mean, all the horror scenarios we see. I live in Paris with my company for a long time, and when I hear the Moroccan colleagues talking about in January already that they lost the whole harvest in agriculture, we know it's coming also to Europe. It's the first indicator for me. We can learn from these regions. We can probably also see some species which will come. The Mediterranean basin, the forest ecosystems are unique worldwide. 50% are, I like the word right now, but they only exist in these regions. You will not find them anywhere else, and it's one of the richest ecosystem. But the difference to Nordic and Central European forests is its production primary for food and not for wood. It's also something which is very ERA-Net, the sexy ForestValue guy, has shown us what has been achieved with this great collaboration. Mika stands really for the whole team behind. And that's also what I would like to say. I can stress my company's names is you, because you show already great part with Uma had collaborated the last 25 years. And without partners and collaboration, nothing is working. The world stands still. We need more technological integration. We have to embrace digital tools. We see a lot of innovations coming from the ICT world. It's not coming from, let's say, classical forest research teams management. It's all coming from other disciplines. So the transdisciplinarity, which was starting 20 years ago, Chris, I don't know how you look, but we started discussing we need transdisciplinary research as a prerequisite today. There's no question anymore. Examples are this GIS, or Decision Support System, forest monitoring, connecting Copernicus, what the Commission will propose, with local system for inventory and management systems, and connect. We can also move much more towards the circular bioeconomics with innovations in co-production. We will have new concepts, new technologies, new products. We see first results of co-production lines. Äänekoski in Finland from Metsä Fibre is a very good example. The philosophy at the end is actually that you in the whole process, you do not lose one molecule from a tree that has been provided to processes until the end into products. We need much more into to reinforce, and I would say not reinforce, we have to put much more energy also on cross-regional collaboration, because the success stories of the ERA-Net show them clearly with all the examples. Forestera is a super good example. I have to say this time never had the chance. Also very special thanks to David and the team behind, because Forestera was not easy geopolitically to negotiate. And you see what's happening in the Mediterranean today. Great success, even if people say, okay, at the end, for political reasons, the budget we had foreseen was not achieved, but the collaboration is there and still there and the network works. And ForestValue 2 today, the network exemplifies coordinated efforts to fund innovation sustainability. It may look in comparison to other programs not so much, but it has a huge impact specifically in forestry and woodworking. And that leads to all the topics like sustainable forest management, integrated value chains we need to create, we need to combine, we have to overcome that we lose all the time between all the different interfaces, efforts, information, money, and productivity. So there's a call to action, and that goes to the stakeholders, meaning policy representatives, but also stakeholders from the industry. And you as a research providers in this, you have the knowledge who are in the room. It has to be really like we need to have to go back to the table to discuss and not confront. We have to show what is there, what can be also, how can I say it? We need to convert your knowledge also into practical actions, and therefore we need people who can help with this. We may live in a total complex world, but it can be simplified. We have the experience. You will listen now to the panelists and to the discussions. We wouldn't be here if we hadn't done that with this collaboration, being together. There was not one problem we couldn't try to solve. You have the great examples. There was not one gap between cultures, languages, traditions, histories we couldn't connect. We always found the way to get there. And we defined at the end, we all understood we're all sitting in the same boat, we have the same interests. We all deal with forest-based sector, even if it's for different valorization and added value uses. But we all love forest, we all love our forest ecosystems, and there's more in common than we ever thought if we talk from North Finland going down to Sicily, or even then to Morocco, Algeria, to the Lebanon regions or others. And we could define themes where we could have cross-cutting discussions and research. And what you see as results today is much more added value because the connections are still there. You heard from Tobias, who was willing to come 10 years later, present his great ideas. His daughter has grown. So let's grow further the next 20 years, and not only one daughter, let's see that we have a large, diverse, inclusive family and that we meet again, and time is over. Thank you very much. Please take your seats, panelists. Sit there.
It's on here.
Hi. I just want to briefly say that awkward sound, which happens, the screaming thing, happens if you have a microphone and go in front of the speakers. So be careful if you... Rune, please take care. Don't... If it's on, no.
What's this background sound now? Is me?
No.
Okay.
It's yourself.
Can I do something about it?
No, it's good.
Okay. Okay, let's get started. I got a nice start from play up from Andreas here, but I also wanted to start a little myself on the. If I was not introduced when I was on the bathroom, my name is Rune Groven, and I'm coming from the Research Council of Norway, representing the funders in the room. And that's the next thing. When we looked at the list of participants, there are approximately 2/3 researchers here, and 1/3 funders, if you should divide it that way. And the panel, they mostly represent the funding side and the policy side of the whole research business. There was mentioned about rocket science and forest science. And when it comes to funding, my best, after a few years in the funding business, my best analogy is quantum physics. you know it's working, but it's a little hard to figure out what's happening in there. So that's how, from a research, I also see it from my colleagues that are researchers, that it can be a little hard to grasp what's happening within the research business. So I have advised the panelists today to kind of also focus to you that are researchers, but we will also do funding discussions here, of course. So let's go back a little and start with a few questions that I prepared, and a little back, maybe a repetition and of what I've been said earlier today. But Christina, could you just give us your summary and your words of the landscape when it's all started in 2004, and what change did you do, and what did it kind of imply?
Is this on? Yes. Yes, so before 2004, there were actually, if I look at the perspective from Finland, we had been working on a national program that combined different funding organizations and organizations that dealt with the value chain from forest to products, or what we like to say, from product to forest, although it was difficult. And that activity was evaluated, and we got good scores, but also a message that this is a good thing, but go international. And we looked west, and we saw Sweden, easy cake. My mother language is Swedish, so it was in easy cake, and we built up a Finnish-Swedish wood material science program. And I can say in the beginning it was not an easy case, but still we had the ambition to do it further. And then we had a seminar in Helsinki where Wolfgang was presenting this Aeronet scheme, and me and my program manager Lina Paavilainen, we realized that this is the way to go. And from that on we started to work on the first WoodWisdom-Net. Of course, the first part was to build up the mechanisms and to get to know the other funding organizations, to know what kind of research is going on. But the goal was to be able to launch a call before the end of the project, and we did. So that's the short story. And when I mentioned Lena, she was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she couldn't come, but we have been talking together, so my messages are also her messages.
Wolfgang, you were in the policy end of it at that time, in 2004. From my own curiosity also, was it harder to kind of have this international collaboration at that time, as there were not instruments available for funding agencies that wanted to cooperate?
Yeah, the situation was quite interesting. We were preparing the 6th framework program. The European research area as policy topic has been promoted in the years before. And there was a clear decision to say, okay, we need an instrument to support the European research area. What can we do? So in a very small team, with our head of unit at the time, it was decided to build these aeronets. We started with a really white sheet of paper. What should an aeronet be? To give you an example, I still remember we had one colleague which was like hell fighting for that aeronets should be networks between companies. A company has also a research program, so if there are 10 good companies and they make an aeronet, we were doubting. We were saying, no, this is public intervention and so on. Honestly, the colleague had to leave the unit and left the unit because we had clearly opposite opinions what aeronet should be. We decided in a team, we go for public-public partnerships. Those who have funds are in these networks. Then came the decision or the definition where all were struggling with program managers and program owners. What is this? So, and the next step was, now we go. So we were told to go in every country, to go to every invitation, to present what aeronets are, and to go all around Europe. So all countries should be covered. And we should not forget, at the same time, we started the expansion of the union. So we were also very much attracted, and I'm very happy to see this intervention today from Latvia, to exactly do what we did with these networks. So to also expand the EU 15 to the EU 13 and to integrate. This was the situation at that time, and this is what we stand today. Thank you.
Ilmar, you're also around at that time. Your thoughts on what's changed from your perspective?
Yeah, well, I think when Finland was doing research, I did a 13-year career in the University of Technology doing research on the wood technology, wood construction area, and visiting to international conferences was a big adventure. I was visiting East Germany in 1988. That was a big adventure as well, escaping from Checkpoint Charlie, missing the airplane. I don't recommend it, but this anyway. I think when we had good experience of joining the different value chains, and we had good experience of working with the Nordics, sort of remembering how Finland under Swedish king tried to invade Europe. We started the same strategy, going first to Central Europe and then further south and further east. And I think looking at the growth of this oak tree, I think we actually were quite successful, and instead of the Swedish king, we are having Mr. Mika, who has invaded Europe. So I think this sort of concludes a little bit of what Mika presented of dream big and know how to have fun, and also get the long-term collaboration of international work done in a good way. But I think what is very important is on the close collaboration of the consortium projects, that it's really important to have an ambitious, right kind of an objective for the joint project. And I think this Eranet scheme is actually very good at combining strategic top-down objectives and then the ability to use the researchers and the users of research results their own wisdom on definition of the topic. So optimizing somehow the big picture objectives to actual objectives of a single projects of many countries with different needs in different countries, and combining them to some kind of holistic optimization rather than single country optimization, or more centralized objectives that sometimes seem to be forcing everything to be the same, although everything wants to be different. And I think this kind of biodiversity is on forests as an important part, but I think somehow this diversity of competencies is very important on reaching the needed results in the changing world that Andreas presented in his introduction. So this kind of a medium-long story. Thank you.
It's interesting to, I will not say I'm young, but I'm rather new in the business, and then you kind of take everything for granted and how cooperation works in Europe. So you come in there and it's there. So it's very interesting for me as a newcomer or a rather newcomer to hear the story behind what we are having as funders, and also for you researchers also. It's changed a lot, and I've heard, Martin, that you have claimed that you have had some forest moments that changed your life. Explain.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to
Yes, come back to what Andreas said, that we all were able to solve almost every problem. I have to admit, we did not solve every problem. Especially, some forest was an AeroNet that was built, of course, on the legacy of WoodWisdom-Net and Forestera. But the idea behind it and why we could sell it to the Commission was that we would integrate the eastern part of Europe much more and plant the seed of the AeroNet into those countries, and also the Eastern Partnership countries that are Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. And so that was one of our big working programs, was to get them closer to the European idea of an AeroNet. And we made mapping and everything like that, what AeroNets are doing. And of course, the most important part was to make a call for proposals, for research proposals. And we collected money from our funding institutions. God save the Queen, but we were very happy that we knew each other so long. So it was not a bad story. But then, of course, we went to Russia, asking if they would contribute to this call, and Russia came in 5 million euros. So altogether we had about 8 or 9 million euros from all European countries, but Russia brought in 5 million euros. Wow, good. Memorandum of understanding. They signed everything. Yes, we are agreeing how we will deal with this money. We made the call. They were involved in the topic selections, and then we made the call. We had 26 proposals with in 13 or 14 of those Russian researchers involved in it. So very good contribution from the Russian side. We made the evaluation. We had an independent evaluation, including Russian researchers there. We made a ranking. And in this ranking, in the ranking area that would go close to the funding, we had out of 10 proposals, we had in 7 proposals Russian partners in it. So we were happy. We could spend all 5 million euros, no problem for that, from the Russian side. So everything was done, and then, as most of you are aware with the procedure, we had a final meeting where we would finalize the ranking and agreeing, so these are the projects that will be funded. And that was on a Monday. The meeting should have been in Bonn, and I went on Sunday to Bonn, and during my traveling on the train, I got an email from Russia. They would step out. So I had a very bad night. It was the worst night in my life when it comes to labor issues, because, you know, all the ranking and things, what are you going to do on the next day? So you can start evaluation again, because those projects with the Russian partners, 7 out of 10, they would not be financed because they are not in there. So that was something of a challenge we had at that time, and it only could be we only could overcome it because the partners outside of Russia worked very well together. Russians never came up on this. We tried to finance them, the Russian partners, by the money from others. So that is also something from in the AeroNets that worked very well, that some of the funding associations were seeing this is so important for us that we are still able and willing to finance other partners that don't have that money. That's a great way of a contribution from the AeroNets. And then the Russian partners, I would have to say, they also tried to find money outside of the public area. I don't know how they do that, but they came up with money, and so in the end we could finance 7 projects then in the end. And it was a story how AeroNets could work, and how the family of AeroNets, especially in our area, in our sector, worked together to overcome even such a big problem. Just the latest thing, why did the Russian just tell? Because Europe put the sanctions because of the Crim invasion on it. Okay. And that was the reason why they from one day to the other stopped, and we couldn't get any hold to any politician, nothing was over. So that's my story about the Sun Forest area.
When it comes to talking now about AeroNet as a funding corporation, but as I understood from you, David, the ForestValue Aeronet that was concentrated with in the Mediterranean countries had as I have understand the discussion before the meeting, this one had a more important impact. It had been someone has been mentioning it today also. As a policy tool or the legacy of the Aeronet.
Yeah, ForestValue was a network of researchers in the Mediterranean area. You might know the program, it was some time ago. We were focused on forestry, mostly non-wood forest products, no? But the situation for that, I think it was a consequence back in the time of the pressure of migration in the north of Africa and also the international cooperation tools, the scientific diplomacy role that we play. ForestValue was very important. It was an Aeronet. And you know that now in the quantum technology of the partnerships, we have different types. But that one was on funding agencies. So to work both European countries from the Mediterranean and African countries from the Mediterranean using as a policy instrument the funding agencies is quite difficult. Okay, that was one learn that we got from ForestValue. Aeronet was not a good instrument for collaborating with countries which don't have that level of maturity at funding level. So for the funders, this is important. Still, the science is very good with them because we have different perspectives. So that is good. And this is one positive thing that we got from ForestValue. The other good thing is that Manuel and Juan, my colleagues from the ministry and the foundation, the state agency, they are here now. I think ForestValue was the milestone to start really collaborating with wood initiatives. And now I see that Tecnalia, for example, is very active and that we are part as yet another one of the northern countries in this. So that is another thing which is positive. And then, as I was telling you, the failure, not the failure, but the challenges that we had, they have taught us how to work with Africa through PRIMA, okay? PRIMA is another initiative in the Mediterranean as a hotspot, is teaching us in the whole of Europe how important it is to learn from this area. I think this is some of the wild forests in the Arctic, no? The project that we found under ForestValue, one of them was a wildfire network. And I'm sure that there would be learnings because at the time there were even third countries participating in that. So those are the things, and we learned a lot. Obviously, the topic is now dissolved in the forestry bioeconomy sector, but it was clearly a successful example, learning from challenges and also from the international cooperation that we have now in PRIMA, where you can find the Lebanon and Israel working together. And you saw today the news that what is happening. Well, in PRIMA, it is normal to have Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey working together, Israel, Lebanon, and Jordan. Yesterday, they sent a letter of collaboration. So both science diplomacy and international cooperation in one initiative is not obvious. Yeah.
When I was younger, I think the world was quite orderly and planned, and things went after plan. But as I get older and heard lots more stories, you understand that things happen by accident or more by personal initiatives and such. Andreas, you have been into this business for a long time and trying to push agendas or push initiatives to get them alive. Tell us about something about some of the circumstances that are not planned for that kind of makes these things running.
Well,
how important are they?
Yeah, they're very important, and actually you cannot plan any of those at the start, and I would say it's life. It's just life. I was asked actually I was asked, and I had no idea what I'm doing. I accepted because it sounded very good to coordinate the first project before even WoodWisdom-Net, this ERA Wood, to start working on the European research area for wood, and nobody knew what does that mean. We had a little bit of sketch from the Commission. And then Lena came to Munich, and I was just 3 months in the business, talked to me. I didn't understand anything about, as she said, funding agency, program owners, and so on. It's like, oh, it sounds cool, but who are they? And so you grow slowly into it. What I have to say, probably the best thing is, I always try to listen and to learn and to meet the people and understand. Probably that's my personality, my nature. I'm always curious wherever I am. Who are the people? How does the nature look like? What do they need? What do they eat? 20 kilos. Plus, what can we do and what is in common? And therefore, I was also dragged into the first project. You know, Martin was then involved of the Forest-Based Sector Technology Platform. I do remember that your colleague Waldemar could put us a half page on the table and said technology platforms, blah blah blah, and we were like, yeah, but what is it? And then the great thing is we had a small team led at that time by Sege Beckermann, warmest regards also to this group, who said one thing, and that was the best advice professionally until today in my whole life. Sege Beckermann, and probably you remember, he said, Andreas, we work, but we have only one objective. We create good sleep for everyone who wants to collaborate with us. It doesn't matter who they are, from which area they come. That means they should trust us, that we try the best we can. And Martin, you solved the problem with Russia perfectly, so I was right. Then I give the example, Forest Terra, David, that was, for example, I didn't want to go, but at that time I have also to say thank you that EFIMED from Barcelona really was tough. I should come to Marrakesh for a conference where the Mediterranean forest research area, which I had always tried to a little bit protect and support from the Brussels side, was presented. Was an amazing conference. There was great things. And Yves Biraud also, who was essential. You know, we are sitting here, but I would say behind us there are many, many people who were there. Many people whose name we should also sing today and say. And Yves and I were sitting there, and I said to Yves, this should be now in an ERA-net. That was all. And the next day we sat in the lobby hall with Mark Palahi, and we worked on the first outline. I went back, I met Tim Hall, who retired, who was then also at the Commission Service colleague, and then let's do it. And I live in Paris today. At that time, I played the French card, being half Finn, German, Italian, a little bit French inside, and said, Sarkozy said, we need a new Mediterranean alliance politically. And I said, yeah, that's true, that's true. So then the Commission put it in, and then the call came, and Forest Terra could be launched. Mika came to Paris, I can say that, because we have this great friendship, also because I called and said, what will follow now after what was it, WoodWisdom-Net Plus or whatever. And then 14th of July, I couldn't find any meeting room. Everybody was outside celebrating that the guillotine doesn't exist today anymore. And we sat actually at my dining table with two Slovenian colleagues, Andrea Kutner and also with Kim Turk, and we discussed actually there should be something which became ForestValue. So, and it's just because we have this trust all around. What Segi said, create good sleep. I was always privileged wherever I could call or people called to connect with others and say, what is your opinion? And then things start moving. You will never get anywhere in this life, if private or professional, if you do not have good partners and good collaboration. I'm convinced of that.
Thanks. Martin, you have also pointed out that to the researchers in the audience here, and also based on all the unforeseen or unplanned circumstances that kind of leads into something like an ERA-net, that people should be active on, both researchers and funders. If you just sit there waiting for something to show up, probably it won't, but elaborate a little on your tip there.
Thank you. I think Frank in the morning in his presentation started this already, and I put that forward as one of my most focused influence that I could have is don't wait for calls, create the calls. And that was what you can do within an AeroNet quite well. There you are in the driver's seat. You are not relying on top-down. That was the reason also in the forest technology platform where I was involved. First on the one side being the scientific officer and on the other hand then being in the management of the forest technology platform, where we really tried to influence how calls are established so that not people, the so-called Schreibtischattentäter provide the calls, but those that are the stakeholders behind and would need it. Because what I saw when I was a scientific officer, when we got in the proposals, quite a lot of them have been written where you could clearly see they had an idea what they would like to do, but it didn't fit to the call, so they had to somehow put it in, and those all failed because, of course, that was useless to put in all those efforts in such a proposal. You better try to influence what the call is about before you put in your proposal, and this is still valid, I think. And as said, the idea of an AeroNet and hopefully also of the partnerships will then in the end be to have more influence from the stakeholders and their ideas, what they can create together, of course, with some of the funders and of the more policy thinking people. And yeah, that would be something that I would say is a good outcome of this relationship within the forest area.
Mika, you're in charge of at least coordinating the writing and the proposal for this new partnership, and that's an arena where everyone can participate, and or not everyone can participate, but then at least everyone can contribute to the creation and, for example, of the research and innovation agenda. Could you say a little about that before we end this session on the EU4 project and the things that are happening there now? Because that's right what Martin is talking about here, and to kind of get involved in the process. And
well, one thing leads to another, so that when you are meeting with different people under different circumstances, so then what might happen is, for instance, like how the EU4 approach was created and how actually the idea for the ForestValue 2 project was even created and all this stuff. So one thing leads to another, and what I'm saying is that we were having one meeting. This is how these things work. One meeting in Brussels, and luckily we have that in Brussels, because then I invited few key persons from the Commission those times, and we started discussing this possibility for partnership. And well, we were a bit early with those discussions, but nevertheless, so then I can't now remember how the discussions actually went, but then I was asking that how about then, because we need then this SRIA in any case for the partnership, so that do you have any instruments available? Because I knew that there are, so that the instruments available for us, so that we could then work on the SRIA already and start developing together the European research area and the agenda for the partnership, because the agenda as such is a compulsory element there. And then some days later, so there was a phone call, really, from the Commission, the phone call. This is how it works. And you talk to people, and then somebody calls you and asks, okay, that we now thought that, okay, this might work out, and there's this and this type of instrument available, and we could write a topic for the next in the next work program for you. That can you possibly have this done then? And then they ask about the sums and everything from me. And it's normally like, it does happen, so that I get this one phone call, and then they ask, okay, there's now this 3 million euros. That do you take it? Okay, yes, well, then it's real. Then next day, okay, we found this 1 extra million for you. And this is real story. So that's how it works, so that when being in the discussion with the guys. So keep it going. Yeah, that's right. We try to keep it going. But then before we, I don't know, do we still have some time?
Yes.
So
yeah, you have the filing.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Now.
But what we were discussing, and actually what I forgot about my presentation, this is now for the researchers especially, are the cost actions. So we were discussing this cost and that instruments they do provide for networking even before you write any proposals or anything, so to find the collaborators and creating the networks. And that is still today, so we have had discussions now together with the cost that how to boost this activity or use this activity to boost the partnership development and what all is going to happen there with networking activities and stakeholder involvement and you name it. And cost has had a very important role here, and perhaps Martin could actually tell a few more things about cost because he was heavily involved with that one. I would invite Martin for one comment about cost and the importance and what we have actually noticed there.
You have less than 1 minute.
No, Christopher already in the rise in the morning said that his project came out of a cost actions where they had already the collaboration. And I think that was the good part of it. As when I was the vice chair of this cost domain, forest products and services, we always tried then to connect towards the ARANET and also with the FDP, where we had someone from the FDP in the management part of it. And I do think this is one step that might have been missed on the tree, and you might put it on the tree.
Then you started my last session automatically, which was a short round table with some final advice to the researchers in the room and to the funders in the room. And you have already given one. Go home and Google cost if you don't know about it. It's rather straightforward to apply. And you don't get enormous amount of money, but you get funded for maybe the pocket money you need to kind of get around and get some new friends in the scientific community. So you could...
yeah. I want to say something.
About
you brought me from Brussels to speak, so.
Yeah, sure. Please.
No, I wanted to first, because I didn't say before, thank you, Mika, for dragging me here, and Andreas and Martin, because we knew each other from 15 years ago, and it was important for you to be here, and I'm very happy to be here. So I would also like to tell you that I was a scientist, then I was a funder, and then I was working in policy, and now I'm working in Brussels, deciding how the next framework program would look like, and what are the rules that will be applied to partnerships. So I have a few comments for you, because they don't know, they know already. So first is that forestry is a strong sector, okay? You have quite an inertia developing strategic research agendas. Now you are in a very good position to continue through a partnership. There are challenges ahead. Mika knows about them, about the moment that the partnership is created. But you have to know, and also the funders, because when you are there, you look at the funders, and these are the key people in my life, but the funders, they should know that the ministries above them are the key people in their lives, and the ministry should know that the European Union is the key thing in their lives. So basically, you have a very important thing to do. First is to have a position paper of the sector. You have to know which are the policy and which is the context that you want to have in the next future. And I'm talking about the next 7 years, and that position paper should be done this year. So you have to have a document saying this is important, why this sector is important. And as I'm telling you, I'm working at the policy level, and as the people in Brussels say, I have a helicopter view. And when we discuss with ministries, or we listen to them, or we see forestry in the political orientations from von der Leyen last summer during her speech towards the parliament, forestry is there. Forestry is there. She wants artificial intelligence applied to forestry, by the way. But when it comes to the European Council, where we decide the rules, to the European Parliament, when they decide the rules, forestry is inside by economy. And the next partnership will be dealing, and is dealing currently politically, with BioEase, with the new European Bauhaus, with the KICS, with several initiatives making this environment very complex. And there is not a single message from the forestry sector. But you have the history, you have the inertia to really fulfill that role. So take it into account. funding agencies and researchers, they have to make a position paper. They have to convince the ministries. The ministers, when they come to the Council, to the European Union, express their views, they have to defend the field. And this is something that I'm sorry to say, this is a challenge. You have to be ready this year for the policy in the next 7. The partnership is important. You have secure funding from the Commission out of Pillar 2. But in the future, that would change. And this is something super important. This is the message I wanted to send, Rooney. I think that you have to realize that there is a decision layer that doesn't really grasp that forestry is that important. Okay, they will know in the specific forums. They will say it when they talk about the Green Deal. They will say it. But when you look at the strategic planning, what the Commission does, then you expect just one phone call, and that is not representing the whole interest of the sector. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Please.
Yes, thank you. You gave a very good introduction for something I would like to add also to the research community, to understand the landscape of the European research area in which you are navigating. Of course, I think similar as you, I was for a couple of years a researcher myself. I was then lobbyist for industry, so I worked with the Commission and Parliament on the industry side, and then I was 27 years in the Commission only in DG Research and managed research programs for 12 years networks. I think what is very important to understand is that the research area, or Europe, the Union, is a picture where broadly 95% of research funding, this includes very often also the infrastructures, paying a university, paying the heating in the university, but 95% of the research funding is coming from national authorities. So this means, you see, we are broadly 2% GDP spending. So this means every year 300 to 350 billion euros are spent by your national or regional governments. So this is the #1 funding source where, of course, as researcher, you should go. When I was a researcher, my professor asked me, you can do your project, but this year you have to write 2 new projects. And if one succeeds, you are fine, you can continue. Next year the same, and so on. So you need to find money, but national money is the #1. It's not the framework program. It's 5% of what exists. There are in between very attractive activities, and these are these networks, ERA-nets or COST, which supports working with others, not your projects, but working with others, or an initiative I work with, which is Eureka, where national funding bodies are also financing. In your organization, there needs somebody to understand these different schemes. Not every researcher needs to know that, but in your organization, somebody needs to have the overview, what is going on, what is coming, where can we find funding. Then you can come with your idea, and then the reflection is, where do I best fit? And #1 will always be, in most cases, national. But your national funder may say, I have an interesting idea, I have a partner in another country, would you be interested maybe to do this by national funding but internationally? So this is a very, very simple scheme that somebody needs to manage in your organization. And when it comes to the EU, I give you now my personal opinion. The EU programs should really add value. Creating such a network, creating these platforms, none of the member states can do it alone. But the Union, they, with the additional money, what we call the glue money for networking, they can do it. And this networking spirit is very much in line with what one of the founders of the Union said, Jean Monnet. He said, he was one of the first presidents of the Union of Steel and Coal, and he said, we are not creating an alliance of states, we are creating a connection between people. And this is exactly what ERA-nets and these networks are. So you as individual researchers need to be connected to those who are funding nationally or internationally. And if in all this, with your organization and the infrastructures you have at home, your administration, you can find your way to find the best way to get your next round done. Thank you.
A short comment on that one, Andreas. We are going in for a land.
Yep. Thank you very much to both what David said, and I fully subscribe to what Alfred presented to you. The WoodPop initiative will on the 6th of November present its policy paper at the high-level meeting in Brussels, dealing in specifically forest ecosystem. Forestry is excluded, not to complicate, but this will be the #1 stop shop and identification for everything wood research, woodworking industries, because it's so highly demanding and perfect in timing. So 6th of November, and it should be done on the same level, and there I would also recommend to expand a little bit what we discussed already for forestry that should be done, can be done also until the end of the year. I fully underline what both of you said. Last but not least, to underline the role what's set by cost action. Together with Dr. Uwe Kies, we did for the SCAR group an analysis, a study where you see that actually cost actions set the new research themes that will develop and get into programs later, create new research collaborations, and it's really interesting that this is such an important tool, and it should be really nourished, that there will be more and more and more. We had the change between the funding system, and then forestry diminished more or less from this, but has to be done to get back. And taking Johan's simplicity presentation this morning, I would call we need a group of experts on a pan-European level. Switzerland is engaging, Norway is engaging, and many others. A group of experts that can really collaborate and coordinate, exchange, and get connected, everyone who needs to be connected to steer the thing. Otherwise, everyone has great ideas and sits there and waits like, you know, the sleeping beauty who wants to be kissed. Thank you.
We've continued the round on the good advice to the audience, and soon finishing up. And we give Ilmar the first, and you will have the honor of ending the whole thing, Christina.
Okay, so it's easier to give advice than to give good advice, but I think this having sufficiently big and important, meaningful objectives. We are having huge global challenges, and forest-based bioeconomy is really having a big opportunity to be part of the big scalable breakthrough solutions, sustainable solutions. And in order to that happening, it needs to be good sustainable business for industry, for companies. So think big and listen to the future opportunities of companies, have strong dialogue. I talk as an innovation funder, and when researchers ask, how can we get your money? And I said that discuss with the companies and their future needs, and try to make a really strong collaboration, and also think ahead of your results and how the results become impactful first generation solutions, and how and with whom they are able to scale up. So look at the long-term successful future and make the strong project sort of backwards from the successful future. And this consortium needs to be something that solves the problem in very different aspects. So somehow the dynamics of differences to have really novel solutions, sometimes surprising combinations of renewing value chains in the future. So make something surprising in your project, and that is definitely going to be motivating for all the actors. So believe in what you do, and do it seriously, not for the money, but for the globe as such. I think this is something that makes us work for the good of the planet, and for the people, and for the business, and for the science.
Thanks. Since we are all out of time now, I think Martin's advice to being engaged would be kind of covering your your stand, or would you have something short to add before Christine ends up the whole panel?
May I?
You may for 30 seconds.
I think the forest area and the forest sector area is very much placed very well to be part of the solution for our societal challenges, be it climate change, be it biodiversity, be it soil problems, any of them. So it's very good positioned. But it will not be solved on a national basis. It will not be solved on the European basis. It will need a global network and a global effort. And I do think when we are talking today here for aeronets and things, my vision is towards putting this on a global area. And we are on a good way on this. When we heard today from the wood pop, this wood pop now is going to be extended to a global wood pop. So it is called Global for Wood. And on the bioeconomy area, we are now in the stage where we also try to expand from the European level to a global level. And I think that will be the next step. So there is work ahead. That's my message.
Christine, as representative of the founding mothers and fathers of the Aeronet, I give the last word to you with a final advice based on your long experience. We have two, since it's been running for so long, there are two people on the panel that have already retired. So Christine is among them, and Wolfgang is also just retired. So here's a lot of good experience, and listen to the people that are just retired, because then they give you all the background stories and all the things that they were not allowed to say when they were in business.
Okay, so sitting on this panel is in a way quite nostalgic, and it takes me even further back than 20 years back. I'm the one who is breaking the all-male panel. It gives, it's a little bit sad, but it also gives advantages. But looking then from this to the future, that is quite different than the world looked when we started this up. And in the early days, I think a really good foundation for this cooperation has been set up. But then, as I think Andreas said, and someone else is also, that we really need to, again, break borders and look into areas where we have not been before. Doesn't mean that we should just throw our forestry and forest research away and run into something new, but look at the new things that are popping up and how could they be integrated in our way. It's not easy. I remember it was a long time ago, and I was the project manager of a project between paper research and space research. And what on earth do they have in common? Both, actually, the space research was looking at the dust in the space and the light scattering. And the paper's phase is characterized by light scattering. And the groups were fighting together, but within 10 years they really came up with good results. So you have to be really patient also when you are breaking the borders, but I hope that the new generation can do it much faster. Then, of course, I think it was Johan and someone else who said that nothing will come out, or it will take a long time. And that, of course, has to do with the businesses we are involved in. If you need heavy investments, you cannot just throw out a pulp mill of 2 billion euros and we will see if it works, and if it not, we build a new one. So you have to have a lot of certainties before you move on. But still, I think there are place for new ideas and improvements on how research funders and industry can work together to squeeze this down. And I think that's maybe one important thing that should be taken into account when you move forward, and that was also a message from Lena when we were discussing this together. And with this, I think that what I have heard today and looked through, so there is a lot of potential in what you have out there. So just go out and do it.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation in the panel and sharing all your experience and advice with the audience. So give the panel a hand. And the organizers might want to say something. When time as is, I skip that one. But if you want, we can have it.
We're still fresh. Ask David, he's smiling.
Okay, then we open for a short, like 5-minute questions from the audience, based, or not based on, you have gotten some advice and heard a lot of how their perspectives on the funding of forest research. Would there be any questions for the panel? Let's take the audience first. The organizers must wait.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the interesting discussion. It was mentioned several times, and I fully agree, transdisciplinarity and engagement of other sort of experts that are not research is fully important, and I definitely agree. I'm just really struggling with stakeholder fatigue in recent years, and we have more problems to get the right sort of stakeholders at the right level involved. And I'm just wondering, now that we are nostalgic in the future, how will this change? Or is there from the funding side, let's say, any experiences or any projections how we continue with that?
Anyone feel you want to comment on it?
Yeah, before the real ones can answer.
Yeah.
That's actually something which is Alfred has presented to you. We're discussing and working on it, has started to look at the needs, for example, of SME, because there's what is called the fatigue. Because the programs are great. Nobody's, I would say the objectives and the programs and the strategies, everything is great. But it has to be even much more tailored that companies are willing and can participate. I speak now as a company. In my daily operation, it has become practically impossible myself to participate in some project where I would be interested in due to the structure. But this is, again, something we need to discuss and adopt, that it's easier for any kind of company to participate, either at the timing when it starts or, and also Switzerland is a good example. Alfred, if you allow me to say, if Swiss companies participate on a national program, they're immediately owners of the IPR. And the researchers agree upon. So you have already a huge benefit to participate. And you're interested, and then you really push also that there are good results to collaborate much more.
Yeah, I would also say that, this co-creation, co-design that burns out the stakeholders is there. I think you are, as I was saying before, you are very mature. You are able to really create a position paper from the sector. You have obvious targets from the political side. You have to target the new commissioner and the new commissioners in charge of the field. You have new MEPs, so you are at national level able to liaise with your members of the European Parliament and tell them, this is our position paper, this is what we want you to do, and you can contact your ministries, and this is the level that you have to contact. It's true, and I'm of the opinion that burning out a stakeholder is not the right approach. You are able, you are mature, you have the capacity, and you have the possibility to engage with them. Prepare 2 pages, send them messages, and make that they use big funding tools to fund the field, the sector. You have mentioned that the AIB, for example. At the research field, you can tell them, maintain the partnerships, focus the cluster in forestry, maintain research and innovation, but also work with the companies at high TRLs and going to the market but let's separate creating new knowledge versus incremental technologies in the wood sector. I mean, you have the messages there. You all know these messages. You just have to send them to the right people. Then the funders will do their part, will take the funds, prepare calls, as Mika was saying, uncover your needs. But the one deciding, these guys will receive 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion in the next 7 years. Those are the policymakers, the politicians. So take this into account.
Just a small
add-on.
Look, his job is exactly, well, this is perfect. This is exactly the right people that you need. Now, unfortunately, you are in Potsdam. He is working for Madrid or for Spain. But you also have somebody, you also have somebody in Brussels. You need to find out which are the right intermediates, or take people like Mika. I give you one example, what I saw on your slide. This is very personal, I say as a retired person. The SCAR group has always influenced the agriculture program. If the SCAR group, which is a group of member states, says to the Commission, this is what we want, this is not from the table immediately. But this is something that you cannot manage and understand in your daily life. But in such a network, you can share the experience and say which are the points of entry, our representation in Brussels, our representation in my capital, our representation in which are the right entry where I put the message. And then you avoid what you call stakeholder fatigue. These people say, don't make a new inquiry, don't send a new questionnaire, don't make a new study. This is known, the others have done it, we come back to you. But it's really important to get to the right points, otherwise you really waste energy and time.
I think you want to comment on it also, Christina?
Maybe a short comment that maybe we have people in really different positions here. And if we start from the young researchers, it's not the task for the young researchers to deal with all these activities. For the young researcher, I've been there once as well, although you may not believe me, but it's true. And their task is to do the research and grow. But the organizations, the people who really put their efforts on these networks and stakeholder engagements, and then bring it back to the researchers and with tools to make the project they need to make.
We have time for one more question if there are any.
I have lots and lots of questions, which will probably be better discussed over a pint. But my question was actually quite similar to the previous one, but I might ask another question. Given that it's a general question, but given that we're facing a lot of crises, polycrises, so climate, biodiversity, environment, and there's a very big demand on the forest sector as it stands with material to try and maximize the amount of material that has been taken out of our forest and to use it correctly. That demand is increasing with bioeconomy. So how do, from your expertise and your background, how do we give a realistic but positive perspective of the forest sector and what it can do, given that what I tend to find there's a lot of confusion around forestry. External people seem to think that it's infinite. It's not infinite, it's renewable. Our resource is renewable, it's not infinite. But so the increasing demand on our bioresources, how do we temper that and make it realistic what we can take out, or project what we can take out as a realistic product, and make sure that it goes into long-term products that we lock away carbon for as long as possible? Very broad question.
Don't burn your value is a simple answer to this, and try to somehow understand the different value chain opportunities of using it for the first time as good as possible on intermediate value and high value, and looking at the volumes and needs of value chain development, but also look at the new kind of recycling, reusing cycles of the holistic outcome, looking at the raw material and energy cycles. And the simple answer is don't burn your value and maximize the value of different quantities and different values. Don't just aim at the maximum value of nanocellulose on biomedicals, which can be really expensive, but you don't have the quantities.
Martin first. I don't.
You start because
okay.
then I still can rethink.
I think that this question is ongoing, and the reality in forestry is very diverse. I live in France now since 2011. 1/4 to 1/3 of the French forest is not managed. You see already, I talk about 17 million hectares of forest land we have. You find the same due to the private ownership structure practically in Central Europe in most countries, and also in other Nordics are totally different, historically grown and historically seen. The same goes to the Baltics and some other regions. So there is potential. Second thing, so that means from my point of view, we talk about that for 200 years. Is there enough raw materials for all the needs and all the consumption that is foreseen? My first reply is yes, but factors why it's not reality. We have to work on all the different factors and look at them. Secondly, we have mentioned it many times today. We've seen great examples. We have the circular economy concept, and we had a project which was called the Wood Circus, where we make the analysis. If we talk about all the wood that's used today, and we have new collection system, and we have the reuse, recycling, at the end probably bioenergy use, you have additional quantities of wood-based materials available for production that is not counted at all at the moment into the whole basis. So I think we will not tomorrow have like everyone in Europe willing to build a new house or renovate the house, but I think we can develop and grow. And what has been, I think it was Frank who said in his presentation perfectly, it's not every building that should be renovated with wood-based materials or natural materials. It's not fit for it. Let's look on those where the things fit. Let's provide the best solutions as we see, and then we grow the market. And I personally, I'm convinced all my life, and I come from the forest corner here in Germany, there will always be enough wood, and industry will always pay for it when there's a business. Everybody will pay for it. Thank you.
I have to be a bit of an opposite to Andreas. We were talking today already of bubbles, and I do think we are here in a bubble. If you really could try to see it a bit from a different, not only the forest perspective, where you would like to sell wood and would like to manage your forest still in an economic way, of course, and that's fine and right of it. But still, when you say, you always have heard since 200 years that we will not have enough raw material for providing it for all the products that we are trying to have for economic growth. And I do think we had some calculations, and I will try to find out better figures of the, but in green it's not working like that. We have to see that, we have to provide honest figures. That's for the researchers here. I am dealing at home very much because with policy people, they are coming up with research results from areas within here, within this bubble, which are 180% against that what most of their researchers say. And of course, the politicians take those messages and try to tell you then, yes, there is enough. Put it in here. All the technology you are developing now, that will be okay. We also will divide it into a green area with circularity, of course, of it. I don't believe that. The first figures we have collected, and Germany, for instance, is very far ahead. They wanted to have a biomass strategy where they wanted to look what is biomass, how much do we have. We tried it in Austria as well. The ministry told us, no, don't do that, don't do that. It would be dangerous. It is really dangerous for them. And in Germany, they had to stop it as well. They had to stop the strategy as well. And I do think it is because they are all aware we will have some troubles on this. So sorry for oppositing this, but trying to find out, be honest, try to be a researcher, try to find, and when someone tells you a different figure than you have found out, he should explain it to you. He should really go back to that, yeah?
Christine, since you are the founding mother, you get the final word again on the discussion.
I have to say I agree with Martin, and even in a very forest-rich country as Finland, we reach some boundaries, and it's not only about the biomass. There are, as many have said, a lot of other things that you have to take into account, and it means also that maybe the product portfolio for the future will look quite different.
By that, the panel is over for today. I was so happy with having my self-made firewood brought into the barn last evening, but I have to reconsider that now. Sorry. Not. Okay, the organizers, there's more happening tonight.
Hi. Okay. I have 3 things to announce. First would be Rhonda. All the people who were in the communication workshop yesterday, there will be a, what is it, Rhonda? You will meet again tomorrow at this interactive session.
Which I think is at about 11 o'clock. Now, you all know that securing funding for your research projects is incredibly competitive. So all of those projects that were represented at the communications workshop yesterday will have an opportunity to compete against one another in a hot air balloon race. Just imagine there's a hot air balloon sailing across the landscape there, and gradually it is losing height. And what it has to do is to chuck out people out of the balloon in order to ensure that it stays enough upright. So we will be doing rounds of the, I believe there were 6 or 7 projects represented at the communications workshop. You will work as a team to compete against your other projects to convince us all that you are the most important research project, therefore have to stay in the balloon, and therefore will receive actually not some virtual funding in the guise of wonderful applause and accreditation by your colleagues. So that's at 11 o'clock, I think, tomorrow as part of the interactive after coffee break, and we will be here having that. So as Micah said earlier on, you have to have some fun. Yes, so we'll have some fun, as well as giving you some practice in learning how to put across succinct, impactful messages in a very short period of time. Thank you.
Wow. I don't know how we can top this, because not everyone is allowed to participate in this. Only the people from the communication workshop. The others of us, we will still do group work tomorrow, but we will talk about this tomorrow. It's more World Cafe style. And we'll have fun too, I promise. Well, so another short thing I want to say, if you have to leave today, please put your name tag on the table there, because I have to bring it back home to my agency. And then the boat trip, it would be good if we could meet at 5:45 already, just so that we're ready to board. And on the, it's wrong, there's no 7, it's 151. In the, like down there, you see my phone number, which is incorrect now, the first, yes, that. If you get lost, please send me a message. Maybe a message is better than calling. So I can send you my, the place where, what is it? Pin drop? Yeah, where I am. Location, my location, yes. On the website, you can find this logistics paper too. So you see Paula Tide Ufer 10, which is right on the river. It would be best if you enter this into Google Maps and then see how you get there. The closest bus stop, there's a closest bus stop, which is 300 meters only. That's Bethanien Dam Yeah, it's all in this document, which you find online too, but you can just copy this. That's how we get there. Then please put on warm clothes. I mean, it's a closed boat. You can be outside or inside as well, but still it's a boat and has thin walls. There's heating, but it might be good to be warm. You cannot sit without a jacket maybe. And we have a limit for the drinks. So you're all invited. It's free. Oh, and now there's coffee and really nice looking muffins over there in the food area. Take a muffin.